It's that time of the year. The holidays are here. And what I want to do to end 2024 is I want to give you a gift. I want to give you a gift as we prepare for the 2025 Player Development Summit, which will be, you got it, May 29th through the 31st in Kansas City. Yes, we will have an in-person player development summit. And some of you all who are watching this video, this is your first time hearing about the player development summit, which will be in Kansas City, May 29th through the 31st, 2025. Get your early bird tickets in the show notes. But to prepare you all for this, we are going in person. And what I want to share with you is I want to share with you the first player development conference, as it was called back then, in 2023. So you will get all of the conference through a couple of videos. There'll be the opening session, there'll be the day one session, and then there'll be a day two session. Or I may put all those videos together and you might have like an 8-hour video. I'm gonna figure it out. But anyway, you have access to the Player Development Conference. I'm excited to bring this to you. Please learn. Please take time. This is going to give you a snippet, just a tip of the iceberg of what this event will be like in person here in Kansas City. So I want you to go. I want you to watch it. Let me know what you think. Like, subscribe, share, like. When you hear a nugget, like, comment. That helps us get this to other people as well. So I'm excited to give you this gift for the holidays. Happy holidays to you. And I hope to see you at the 2025 Player Development Summit. All right, y'all. Y'all should know about now. What date is it? May 29th through the 31st in Kansas City. Once again, get your early bird tickets. They won't be early bird for a long time. Get them. Okay, you're going into a new year. Some of you all have professional development money, budget money. Talk to your supervisors. I want to see you there. You do not want to miss it. You do not want to miss it. Hey, well, while you're waiting for this summit, I want you to go check out our first ever gathering in the player development community. All right, so now let's talk about Beyond the Field. Oh yeah, got the shirt. So let's talk about Beyond the Field. I'll give you a quick story of Beyond the Field, how it started. In 2016, I got into player development. I didn't know what I was doing. I was a high school coach. In 2017, we switched coaches and they wanted me to talk to the recruiting staff, at an official visit to the parents. And I'm a marketing, thank you, Anna. I'm a marketing minor. And so I was like, look, I'm not going to talk to these parents and just be like, oh yeah, that's the player development guy. I got to come up with something catchy for them to remember. And so kind of went through some stuff, came up with Beyond the Field. And it was originally just kind of our program we did for University of Houston. And then as I went to Kansas, it grew. And from there, we had a speaker who was like, hey, man, you need to make this, you need to make it a company, you need LLC, you need to do this because this thing is going to blow up by the time you're 40. I don't want to tell my age, but he said by 40. And so it kind of worked into that. And then I went to Baylor. And then after transition from Baylor, I was like, how can I kind of get this thing going? Like I have all these, because I work for 4 head coaches at 3 different universities. I work public, a group of 5, public, Power 5, private, Power 5. I went winless. I won a Big 12 championship. I have so many experiences and coaches are just different. How do I help those who want to get into space? Once again, when I started, there was nothing. And so Beyond the Field began as just blogs to help people. Then I wrote my first book, then wrote some more blogs, then I had a podcast and I wrote my second book. And so really for me, it's helping people in this space. So been doing a lot of like, what is it? What is our mission? What is our thing here? Kind of landed here on we build player development professionals and programs. So Beyond the Field, that's what we do. We build player development professionals and programs. So you all that is here, this conference will be the building of player development professionals. So we want to build you all up and we build programs. Now, when that comes to services on campus, we have staff consulting. So if you're new in the role and you don't know what you're doing, we can consult with you. We have program creation. Let's say you have this program and your coach wants this, you don't know how to create it or you need help creating it. We will do that. And then the last thing we do is program evaluation. I had the opportunity to go to University of Oklahoma and do some evaluating their program and got to give them a report card, tell them what I saw, different things like that. So that is what Beyond the Field does. Once again, I'm not going to, whatever you want to do, I'm going to help you. We can edit it to what you want to do. I don't want to take what I use because that was a certain team with certain players and a certain coach. but I do want to walk along with some of you all who are either in that space, or you may need somebody just to look from the outside in, whatever it may be. That is what Beyond the Field does. Now, that is what we do on campus. Off campus, we're going to start courses. So I'm creating courses here. The first course we're going to do is like a beginning or intro to player development, where I'm walking through. It'll probably be like a 10-hour, 11-hour course. And so that information will come out soon, probably mid-June. So if you want to reach out to info@btfprogram.com if you're interested in that, but that is going to happen. So courses will start coming. So you all who may not have opportunity to get me on campus, or may whatever, you can have that course to keep and do whatever you need to do with that to help you. But my biggest deal is I want to help people in this space, once again, to keep this space going, Once again, a reminder, if you have your name, please put your first and last name. We want to run it through. So if it says this iPad or phone, or just your first name, please put your name. All right, I'm gonna take a quick water break. All right, I'm not going as fast. When we did our pre-show, I was done in 13 minutes, so I'm taking time. All right, so next thing, let's talk about player development, right? You're here for the Player Development Conference. Player development looks different everywhere you go. Willie, you know this, Willie. You've seen it at college level with Coach Benson. You've seen it at NFL level. You've seen it everywhere you've been. Player development, my guy, Willie Wright. Hey, I coached against Willie Wright and in high school, and I got to coach against him when he's in college. So shout out to Willie Wright. But player development looks different for so many people. Now, at Beyond the Field, we define player development as the enhancement of the athlete experience through intentional and holistic initiatives, programming, development, whatever word you want to use there. But it is enhancing the athlete experience. I have a lot of podcast episodes on that, but that is what we base it as. Now, when you hear this, as we go through this panel, as we go through this conference, you're going to hear a lot of stuff. It is all geared toward athlete development, but you may hear different definitions. You may hear different roles. You may hear people that do things differently. The biggest thing I'm going to struggle with is making sure I moderate these panels and not write notes all night, because there is a lot of ways to cook mashed potatoes. Okay, but that is kind of how we define it. And what I want you to hear, make sure you hear, is you're listening for the enhancement. If you're new to this role, if you're transitioning from academics to this, you just want to think about enhancing the athlete experience in an intentional way. So that is how we define player development. You're going to see it. You're going to hear player development, player engagement, player relations. It's a lot. It's a lot of titles you hear. I talked to somebody yesterday who works in the NWSL, who their title is Director of Player Care. So there's a lot of different things you hear there, but that is how we define it. And that is kind of the basis you can go upon as we get to and through the conference. Now let's talk about Zoom. So as you know now, it took me 15 minutes to press record, but we will record. And based off that, people will take pictures. I may take pictures during the panel because I'm so excited. If you're going to use your camera, make sure what's behind you is good, and make sure you're on mute. I've been on a couple of panels where I've heard and seen things, or a couple of Zooms that I was like, I probably could have skipped that. So make sure we're not requiring everybody to show their face. I think this is probably everybody's 17,430 second Zoom. So we just want to make sure if you do show your face, make sure your background's good, blur it, different things like that. Also in the chat, let's keep it respectful in the chat. Also, if you're doing a direct message, make sure, this is my rule of thumb. If you're going to direct message somebody, do it on text them or find another app. Don't do it on Zoom. I have a story. When I worked at a university, I was texting something to our recruiting group. It wasn't bad. I was texting something to our recruiting group, and it went to the full staff group. And I was like, ooh, that wasn't supposed to happen. And once again, it wasn't bad, because I would have got fired if it was bad. But as I always use that for people, like, hey, just, you might want to steer clear there. One thing that I've seen on a lot of Zooms that people do, and I saw a few people doing this, and this is something I like to do, in the chat, I'm dropping it in right now. You may want to put your information in as such. Now, the way I just did that, I have it in Word, because if you try and type it in, it will go bing, bing, bing. It'll be 10 different things. So that's a format for you all. I think I just did a direct message, so nobody sees it. This is exactly what we're talking about. See, I just made a mistake. So let me put it in for everyone. All right. So in the chat, does everybody see it? Thumbs up. Got some thumbs. There we go. Perfect. So what I've done is I put it in Word first and then paste it. Okay. Because if you do it, if you type it, it'll just say Edward Jones, ping, Beyond the Field, ping. It'll be all these pings, whatever. Also, whatever you put, I learned this too, whatever you put in the chat for information, make sure you're comfortable because people will reach out. Okay. People will reach out. I put my phone number in the chat one time, and I'm not saying don't do it here, but I was on a football call and this one coach sent me recruits every single week. And I said, sir, I do not work for a college football program right now. He's like, oh, coach, that's my bad. And then boom, the next day he sent me 6 guys. So whatever you're comfortable with, put that in the chat. You want to put your name, title, a way people can reach you, because once again, we want people in the network. Now, the next thing here, okay, is panel framework. So how the panels will work. We have incredible panels, and we're starting. The first panel will be first year in player development panel. First of all, thank you to all the panelists. Y'all, I don't know why I was like kind of nervous to hit people up, but I had like hey, I got this conference. Would you want to be a part of it? And like hearing this resounding yeses just blew me away. I would put the phone down and be like, wow. So shout out to all the panelists. It's a lot of people. It's going to be late here for some people on the East Coast. So shout out. I think our entire NIL, our entire NIL panel is on the East Coast. So that'll be 9 o'clock their time. So big shout out to the panelists, you all. I'm so thankful for them. But the way it'll work is I'm going to do a beginning question. So one of the biggest questions a lot of people have is how do you get into player development, or what did you do before? So instead of asking that question, I'm going to ask every single panelist, what role were you in before you got in this role? And so what that does is that takes away that time, because we want to get all the questions. We want to make sure that we can get all of what they are sharing, and we want to make sure that we're getting to all the questions that you all have, because I think that engagement is great. We want this to be an engaging conference. So we're going to ask that. So another thing with that, asking that question, is so everybody can see that there's not, like, unfortunately right now, the player development position is not a GA coordinator. It's not like that. It's not built like coaching positions, even recruiting positions. You're going to see people come from a lot of things. Like I said, I was a high school coach. I was excited to get out the classroom because they had me in the classroom 6 out of 7 periods. That was tough. I love teaching, but didn't like grading papers. As you can tell, I like talking. But anyway, so that will be the first question. And then we'll go into a question where the panelists will go in and they will answer the questions. At the end, they're going to give the challenges they have had in the role based off of the panel. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of people, I've had some real conversations with people about the player development role. What you see on LinkedIn and social media is, oh man, you went to do community service. Oh man, you did a career tour. That is probably 30% of the role. Like, it can be a very, very challenging role. And so I want people to hear the honesty of like, hey, I came from this, the honesty of challenge, but they will also encourage people who want to get in the role. So that is the panel framework. And then after that, we'll do Q&A when they're done. Then we'll have a break, and then we will go into the next panel. All right. Today's panels. Today, Friday, May 19th, 2023. The first, I think this is the first. We're just going to say it's the first player development conference ever. Our first panel will be first year in player development. And that will have Chris Smith, who I believe is on from SFA, Matt Lewis from TCU, Mike Hall from BYU. And I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. Somebody help me out. I know I should have the graphics up. Let me go again. Chris Smith from SFA. And my guy, Mel Bird from Temple. And so they will be in the first panel. The second panel will be professional athlete development. We'll have Dr. Lacey Carmen Johnson from the Toronto Raptors. We'll have Alexander Martin from the Miami Dolphins, Jessica Gray from the Detroit Lions, and Kiara McClendon from the Atlanta Dream. And Kiara McClendon, I don't know if she's on right now. Shout out to Kiara McClendon, because the WNBA started tonight, and she hit us with a buzzer beater to come in and help us all out before her team gets started. So shout out to Kiara there. And then the third panel will be the NIL panel. The NIL panel, this, like I said, everybody on the NIL panel is on Eastern time, so shout out to them. We'll have Roman Oben from the NFL, my guy Ade from the NBA. We'll also have Logan Hittle from the Ohio State athletic department. I'm learning to say that. Shout out to Logan for his promotion. And we will have Darian Harris from Michigan State football. So that'll be the panels today. And then after that, we will go into a networking time. So I don't know how many people have been on the West Coast Zoom calls or the coaching calls that go till whatever. We are prepared for that. But what networking is going to look like is our panelists, even some from today and some from tomorrow, will have rooms. And then you will let us know, hey, I want to network with this person, or I want to jump in this room, whatever it may be. So shout out to Kevin Jordan. We have other directors of player development on here. And so you'll jump in that room and go there. All right. Any questions? Any questions about panels? All right. Okay. Now, here we go. Here is my time. This is my panel here. This is my topic. So one of the biggest questions I've been getting for the last 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. Oh, man, that time is coming. Yes, Gus Felder will have a room. Let's go. Gus Felder will have a room. So we're excited for that. One of the what's up, Willis? Shout out to Willis, NFLPA in here. One of the biggest questions I've got over the last 6, 7, maybe 8 years is like, how do you get into player development? How do you do it? What do I need to do? Different things like that. And it's a question that won't go away, and I understand it. And so I had a question. The last time I talked with somebody, I was in an airport, and me and a young man, we had a great conversation. But I was like, how can I like come up with something for this conversation? Because I could tell you I was a high school coach. I don't know how it happened. You know, my past a lot different than other people. But I wanted to take a 5 steps. So right now we're going to go through the 5 steps of getting into player development. Now, once again, I cannot promise that you will get into player development, but these are 5 steps I believe will be very, very beneficial and help you get into this role, help you get closer to getting into this role. So if you got notes, we're ready to rock. You probably won't write as many notes for me as you will the other panelists, but I got something. I think we can at least get to 5 lines. The number one thing in player development, if you want to work in player development, is to do your research. Do your research. And when I say research, I mean research on the role and research of those who are in the position. Now, we get a lot of people to work that come and, you know, and ask questions. And what I've done is kind of create as much content as possible for this role. But you want to know, you want to see how many people, like I used to go on people's bios and look at the role. What I did, one thing when I wanted to hire people, whenever there was like, even when jobs I was good at, whenever there was a director of player development or assistant director of player development, I would always print out the job description and then look at it and say, okay, what would I want somebody to do? What is somebody doing? Some of you all who may be college students and maybe you're not ready to get a job yet, those job descriptions are still on the internet. Director of player development, it'll show up. So you're doing your research on the role, and then do your research on the people in the role. How did they get into the role? How did they transition? What did they do before? That's a big thing. I think that research, it will help you get through, because I really, if I could screen share, I'm not going to do it, but if I screen shared my my LinkedIn, you'd be shocked, or my Twitter or my Instagram, you would be shocked at how many messages you have. And that's just me. And I'm not affiliated with a team right now, but I know when I was, it was always consistent. So you're trying to do your best to get through to these people. And they want to, trust me, a lot of these people who work in player development, like Kevin Jordan, I see on here, I see Gus Felder, I see a few other people, Chris Smith, and they're like, I don't want to miss anybody. I just see six people up here. They want to help you. They want to help you. But I believe that doing the research helps you kind of get through that first gate of, you know, what is the player development role? You want to get in there and say, well, I've done my research. This is what I believe the role is. This is what I've done on the people in the role. And this is how it will happen. Now, next thing, once you've done your research, have a plan. So you've done your research. You found out what player development is. You found out what the people in the role are doing, how they got there. What is your plan? What is your plan of attack? How would you help somebody in that role? Because that's the next question. How can you help me? So what I tell people all the time is, I get on the phone with people, I tell them, you know, the on the field program design, which mine is personal wellness, community impact, and career development, right? And they'd be like, well, let me come up with mine. And I'm like, you know what? You probably don't need to come up with an entire deal. What are you most passionate about? Find out what you're most passionate about and come up with a plan on that. If you're passionate about financial literacy, come up with a plan on that. If you're passionate about mental health, mental wellness, come up with a plan on that. If you're passionate about mentorship, come up with a plan on that. So you want to come up with a plan, because you'll be shocked. Like Gus said, you'll be shocked. You might call somebody and be like, hey, this is a plan I have. And they actually been doing research and you took care of that. And now they say, well, let's talk more, or come visit me, or hey, you have, let's jump on an interview next week. The next thing I would say is make sure you know what provides value. How would you provide value in that role? How are you going to help this person enroll? Because here's the honest truth about most player development people. They're probably doing it by themselves. And if they have help, their help is getting pulled in other directions. What I used to equate my role to in player development when I was in it is like being a utility man in baseball. Like you have to be, in a sense, a jack of all trades. And like my day can literally come in and I'll be like, all right, I'm gonna get this done. And then you got strength staff may need you for something, recruiting may need you. Hey, we got an unofficial visit. Sportsman may want to talk to you about a player, what they're going through. Dietitian may want to come talk to you about a player who's on a weight loss, weight gain. Academics may come over. Hey, so-and-so, this is going on, good or bad. The AD may come and say, hey, we got this development fundraising deal. Can you come talk about player development? You can get pulled. Somebody on campus housing may come. Hey, can we have a quick meeting right quick? We want to prepare for the newcomers coming in. And so there's a lot of things going on. And so you want to make sure that you're good there. One thing I always tell people, I used to joke, it can be tough in player development. This is why you want to make sure you know what value you provide. Because if someone that works in academics says I'm busy, most people think, okay, yeah, I understand what they're busy about. Somebody in strength staff says I'm busy, most people say, okay, they're probably busy doing this. If a coach says I'm busy, most people would say that. If dietitian says they're busy, most people understand that. Like when I was in player development and I tell people I'm busy, they'd be like, what you doing? Busy building relationships? And so it's tough. The other thing about the role is it is one that is more qualitative than quantitative. Now, I have found out how to make it quantitative. If you want to talk about that, reach out to me. I actually found it out my last year, started making it quantitative. And so you have let's say, for instance, I worked in football. An offensive coordinator can go to the head coach and say, hey, last year we were over 150. You're right, Trinity. It is work. A lot of people don't see that, but it is work. 150 people, or we gained 150 more yards than we did last year. Awesome. Strength staff can say, hey, all our newcomers are up 100 pounds in their squat, their explosion, here's their number. Academics can say our team GPA went up point, whatever it may be. Dietitian can say these many people we lost this much pounds as a team. I'm sitting in the office with the head coach, hey coach, the newcomers are way more mature than they were when they got here. And so it can kind of be like, well, what was the metric you used for that? So anyway, all that to say, that's kind of what a player development person is going through. Now, do I believe building relationships, like Trinity said, it's probably the best work that in the program. Like I've literally kept guys from this, that, different things like that, things that coaches don't even know I work for, like what I was able to do. But you want to make sure you provide value because that's what that person's going through. That person is kind of going through a lot. And you want to make sure that you're providing value, there. Now, number 4 is being intentional. This is the latest podcast I had this Tuesday. I think it's my best one, honestly. After I listened to it, maybe it's because I went all the way through and didn't have any edits. So I've been learning podcasting. But being intentional, being very intentional in the time that you have with these people in the space. And so someone may give you the opportunity to reach out to them, to get to know them. You want to be intentional with their time. They don't have a lot of time. It just is what it is. Like we will have panelists that will be on here who may have to jump off the panel, jump back on the panel because of the nature of the work. And so one story I use, I use it when I was in high school. I'm from Houston, Texas. Shout out H-Town, Mo City. Dr. Lacey's on here, 409, Beaumont, stand up. Willie Wright's from North Cypress area. But anyway, H-Town is using the H. Hey, yeah. So I was at a coffee shop and Bo Porter, if anybody's familiar with baseball, Bo Porter was the manager of the Astros at the time. And he had walked into the Starbucks. And I was like, man, I was sitting there with one of my friends from high school and we both were going to, we were professionals at the time. And I was like, hey, that's Bo Porter. And she was like, go talk to him. I was like, nah, I don't want to. He's just coming in to get a coffee. He's the manager of the Astros. Like he's got a lot going on. But I wanted to reach out to him because, at the time I wanted to be a head coach and he was the manager of the Astros. He's a Black man. So I was like, that's awesome. So I felt like this was the longest cup of coffee that Starbucks ever made. It felt like 7 minutes of him standing there. And I finally was like, let me go up to him. So I go up to him. Hey, Mr. Porter, so nice to meet you. Love what you're doing with the Astros. And I said, I have one question, just one question. I want to be a head coach at some point. What is one piece of advice you would give me? He looked dead at me and said, take my number down, meet me here next week. And I was like, whoa. So I take his number down, meet him there next week. And we honestly, from there on, we built this relationship to where He invited me to his house at the Super Bowl. He invited me to these events with his close friends. The crazy part about that is I was afraid to ask him. Y'all won't believe this, for tickets to an Astros game. So he was the manager for an entire year, and I never went to a game because every time I would text it, I was like, no. But anyway, I always regret that. But overall, I honestly believe it's because I was intentional. I didn't say, hey, Mr. Porter, can I have 15 minutes of your time? Can we sit down for 30 minutes? Can we sit down for an hour? Can I come visit you in your office? I asked one question. I knew he's the manager at Astros. I know he's getting coffee. He got coffee to go. I know he's quick. And so being intentional can help. Some of the messages that I get to quickest or get back to the quickest when it comes to social media are specific questions. People ask specific questions. So for instance, I had Arkeem Bird, Mel, he's going to talk. He's going to be on the next panel. But he was, we had a podcast. But when I first met Mel, he was a student athlete in 2019. He said, hey, sir, I'm interested in player development. I said, Mel, thank you so much. But at the time, I was like, hey, I got to make sure I clear this with compliance because I don't want to reach out to you. And then people say that we're doing recruiting or whatever, and then I get fired or whatever. So that happens. He hits me up after he graduates. Sir, I want to let you know I graduated. I have a question. At the time I transitioned jobs, he hits me right back up again. Congratulations on your new job. I have one question for you. And I was listening, and a lot of things happened, but he had that one question. I answered that question, and it's awesome to see him in the role. But be very intentional with your time, because a lot of people don't have a lot of time. Like I told people, some people hit me up, should I come to this conference? I said, when else are you going to get 29 world-class panelists for 40, 45 minutes to an hour? Where else? You know, they're making time, so be there. And then this last thing, I'm wrapping up because I got to get your Q&A if you have questions. Once again, if you have questions about what I'm sharing, please, yes, world-class. Please share your questions with Lauren King, DM Lauren King. If you have any questions about what I'm talking about now, questions about the conference, or just player development questions you want me to answer. The last thing, so step 5. So number 1, we talk about research. We talk about having a plan. We talk about providing value. We talk about being intentional. And this is number 5. This is very important because this conference makes this happen. You have to follow up. You have to follow up. You have to follow up. That is so important because this person is taking time out of their day. Once again, I don't know if I can tell people how busy I think people still don't believe me when I say how busy he was. Here's a funny story. My wife, we got married my first year in player development, and my wife was like, why don't you text me back? When I text you, why don't you text me right back? She came and visited me one day in the office. I kid y'all not. She came in my office. We started talking. Boom. D-line coach comes in. Hey, we got this recruit, blah, 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 blah. I said, I'll be right back, babe. Stay right here. Okay, I come back. Boom. Head coach comes in. Hey, how you doing, Mrs. Jones? Hey, Ed, I got this question. I was like, babe, I'll be right back. Boom. Come back. Hey, babe, how you doing? Boom. Player comes in. Hey, coach, I got a question about this. Babe, I'll be right back. Boom. Come back. Hey, babe, how you doing? Like, it's like her longest lunch break ever. I'm like, all right, babe, you ready? Right before we hit the door, academics comes in. Hey, we got this real emergency. Hey, Miss Jones, how you doing? And so we go to lunch, and she's like, I get it now. So you're not ignoring me. I'm like, no, I'm not. It's a lot of things happen. Now, did I get better as time went on? I did, but she literally saw it. So we had these conversations. I think we were like a month in, and I was a high school coach. I had a little time. I had the classroom. They would do worksheets. I kind of could text back, but when I got in college, it was crazy. So I don't know. Yeah, that I get it now moment. She's like, I get it. So I'm saying that to say following up is really good, because if this person takes time out of their schedule, they are literally taking time out of their schedule because they have a lot. So you need to follow up. I'll leave you all with one more story before we get to Q&A. I was at the Black Sports Business Symposium in Atlanta. I'm sitting there like, man, this is awesome. How can I help somebody out? I tapped the shoulder of the young man in front of me and I said, hey, did you get everything you wanted out of this? He was like, no, sir. He's like, I really wanted to hear somebody from like player development, player engagement. And y'all know me. I was like, you don't say. So I reach out to him. I say, here's my card. If you reach out to me, I will, whatever you want to learn, I will literally go through my files, whatever you need, I will give it to you. As I'm leaving the arena, the Mercedes-Benz, I see him again. And I say, hey, man, make sure you reach out. Make sure you reach out. Whatever you need, I got you. So I get back to, at the time I was living in Waco, time goes on. This young man hit me up 8 months later. And I had a lot of different things going on at that time. And he was just like, hey, coach, hey, people still call me coach, which is cool. But hey, really want to take some time to get with you. And I said, I don't have that time right now. Here is the podcast. And so I don't want anybody to fall into that feeling. I want to make sure if these people, if they're saying follow up, if they put their stuff in the chat, if they say hit me up, do it. Follow up. But as you follow up, continue to follow up, because you got to realize emails do get pushed down. Emails do get pushed down. So don't take it to heart. Don't take it as, oh man, they're ignoring me. It's a lot going on in their life. So those are the 5 steps that I believe will help you get into player development: doing research on the role and on the people in the role, having a plan, making sure you know what value you provide, being intentional in your ask, being intentional in networking, and then following up with those people who have given you the opportunity to learn from them. All right, so that structure is kind of what our panel will look like. Now we have Q&A. Lauren, do we have any questions? Please, if you have any questions, please shoot them to Lauren.
I don't have any currently, and I've already answered a few, but I'm going to go ahead and share those with everybody.
Awesome.
So I got some questions about the networking session. There is not a scheduled networking session for tomorrow. There is one tonight, and we have 4 panelists who have already said they're coming: Savannah Fields, Alex Martin, Damon Williams, and Chris Smith. This is subject to change based on their schedule, but as of right now, those are the 4 that have said they're coming. That could change. We could have more who are interested in staying, or we could have less, but we have those 4 for right now. And then as far as the list of attendees and personal information, we will not be sharing that, but if there is anybody that you want to network with and reach out, they can post whatever information that they are comfortable with sharing with everybody, as far as contact information, LinkedIn, Instagram, any other social media. But feel free to appropriately direct message them if you want to connect and start building a relationship.
Awesome. Thank you, Lauren. And Lauren, one more thing, as far as networking goes, this is something I always tell, I've had conversations with young professionals. There are a lot of directors here. There's a lot of people who run the departments, but do not forsake horizontal. Do not forsake horizontal networking. Vertical networking is great, once again. But horizontal networking, those are the people who get to know who you are, get to know what you're doing. So maybe you're in a breakout room and maybe there is not a panelist, but you want to make sure you're meeting these people, because you never know. You never know who knows somebody, who knows this AD, who works for the AD, who somebody may be in here who may not necessarily want to work in player development, but they've been on an assignment from a coach or athletic director to, hey, go here and find out more about player development. And then let's see if we can find somebody. So you don't want to forsake. Now, once again, if you have that opportunity to go vertical, I'm not saying don't do it, but also do that. And also, we have a lot of people from, like I said, we have partners, people from companies who help those in the role. Make sure you network there as well. You want to make sure you get to know a lot of people. Here's the thing. Let me tell you about this panel, you all. Oh, appreciate you, Willis. Appreciate you. There we go. See, people taking time. He's got a kid going to prom, but he's going to try. This is what I'll tell y'all about all the panelists. Guess what? Guess how our relationships were built. So we all got to know each other in some ways. Some are vertical. There are a few that are vertical, but a lot of people met them. We all kind of doing the same thing, got to know each other. And when we all started, we weren't where we are right now. So it's so much better to come at that level and have a relationship rather than me call somebody, hey, you remember me from 2016 and we was at that conference? I got this thing going on. Can you get on it? Okay. So I want to say that as far as networking. Okay. So I
have a question actually.
Oh, here we go. Boom,
yes. Our first question of the night, Joel Jose.
Let's go.
What doesn't the public know about the day-to-day responsibilities of player development?
Ooh. Okay, so I would always ask this question as a joke. First of all, a lot of these panelists were on season 2 of the Player Development Pod. Go find a Player Development Pod. It's wherever you listen to podcasts. One of the big things that I think people don't really understand, it's like, and I used to joke when I asked the question, I would tell people, my guests, please tell us what a day looks like. There is no way to know what a day looks like. I mean, honestly, I literally will wake up, look at my phone and be like, whoa, all right, this is what the day is going to look like. And so I think if I'm a person that kind of I'm not a big structure person per se, so it kind of fits me, but if you're a structure person, you just have to be flexible. I think flexibility is something in this role that is huge to success. You have to be flexible. because you could get pulled in many other ways. Like for instance, I'll give a story. I'll give a story here. So we're getting ready. I was at Baylor at the time. We're getting ready to play OU, I believe. And one of our players, so I had a list of our young players who the night before games always did something. So we had one player, he always forgot his deodorant. Hey, I would always say, hey, make sure you get your deodorant. He always couldn't play without his deodorant. He's like, I can't play without it, but he always forgot. So I had a list. Hey, so-and-so, go get your deodorant. So-and-so, remember, grab an extra pair of shoes. I appreciate you, coach. So we had one young man would get on the bus and he locked his keys in his car. And his struggle was kind of like, his coach always said, man, we need you to focus on the moment. So I knew he was going to trip out the rest of the night. And I was like, if I don't help him out, he's going to get cussed out for the rest of this walkthrough, all the walkthroughs we have. And so that night I was supposed to be at the movie theater or whatever, had to let somebody know, hey, I got to go with the local PD. We got into his car, got his keys, took care of that. So it's a structure like, yeah, I was supposed to be there, but you just have to be flexible because you know your players. Other players, I might have been able to do it Saturday morning, get their keys, whatever. I knew for him, I had to get it that night because if it wasn't going to help him perform. But yeah, it's every day, no day looks the same. I think the other thing too, no day looks the same, and you got to be prepared to pull a lot of weight. Like you're going to pull a lot of stuff on your own, and then people will help you as you get things done. It's kind of weird, but that's just kind of how it was in the role I was in. As people started, because a lot of people don't know what the role is. I worked with a coach, and our O-line coach came in and was like, what is player development? And so they don't really know what it is until they start seeing you make things happen and you're helping players at their position group. And they're like, hey, how can I help you? How can I get things done? So that first part, if you don't know that staff or people don't know you, you're going to be pulling a heavy load for a little while.
Awesome. And I have one more question from Kiara Gregor. Mr. Jones, do you have any internship opportunities that are currently available?
Yes, we can connect offline. There could be some possibilities there. So yeah, we can connect offline. Growth, I believe growth is happening for Beyond the Field, and I'm really excited and kind of scared, but growth is happening, so we can connect offline.
Okay. You want to do some rapid fire ones real quick? I don't know how we're doing on time.
Yeah, we got 3 minutes left before the break. So
all right, I got two more for you.
Three more
if you go fast.
Okay, I'll give him in 3 minutes. Here we go.
Okay. When looking for positions in student athlete development, how can positions outside of athletics make one a more marketable candidate?
So I'll use this real quick. I'll be real quick. Your interaction with people. So Lauren Hawkins, shout out to Lauren Hawkins. She's at Arkansas. She was my assistant at KU, did a great job. Well, what impressed me about her resume, she didn't do anything in student athlete development, but she worked for the newspaper. So she was an editor. So I knew she had to deal with conflict there. And she did some stuff in hotel working at the front desk. So I knew she had to deal with communicating with people and conflict and people not doing things like that. So I took that as a transferable skill to help us with our players, because conflict will come. You have to know how to communicate with people.
Awesome. Okay. Next one from Dominic Ferrucci. While you were working in college athletics specifically, which department would you interact with the most? Did it vary on the school and the time of year?
No, academics, hands down. Academics, they my people. Everywhere I've been, academics are my people. Spent a lot of time with the strength staff. So academics, strength staff, and sports med, and the dietitian. So I always use those because I feel like those 4 positions are who the players see the most. So they're going to see me every day. They're going to see strength coaches every day. They're going to see sports med every day and dietitian. The coaches travel a lot. The coaches have to go recruit. So those are my 4 groups. But the group I spent the most time with was academics.
And to add, I'm just going to add if it varies real quick. I think that's going to depend more on what resources you have available at your school. So absolutely. Even though I haven't worked in athletic development yet, I've gone to smaller schools, but depending on the division and the amount of students and everything, that's going to vary who you speak to and what staff is available.
Good call.
So from Trinity Montero, does Ed feel a master's is necessary in this space?
Ooh. Oh, you put me on the spot. I'm not against getting a master's. So if you have an opportunity to get it, you get a GA. I'm getting one, MBA, but I don't have one. I don't think it, to me, I don't think it's necessary for the role. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is. Okay. I'm not against masters for anybody that I know. I got some academia people on here, so.
I know I'm going to get my master's to work in athletic
Yes.
development, but that is just the path I decided to take. I think it more depends on, getting an internship position like this one and just the experience you get and who you connect to is going to be the most important thing if you
Now,
decide your master's isn't for you.
as Lawrence, I will say this: there are some programs that do a great job with athlete development. I know. Shout out to University of Florida. I know they do a great job. My situation was different. If I was coming out of college, I probably could see a benefit in it. There's benefits in it. I just, you got to be able to build relationships with people. At the end of the day, you have to be able to build relationships with people. You have to be able to communicate. And I think that's, and if you can do that while getting a master's, absolutely. But I think that's the biggest. You have to communicate with players. You have to communicate with coaches. You have to communicate with parents. You got to communicate with campus folks. I mean, you're communicating. I'm reading a book called The Remix. Shout out to Sable Lee and Lamar Pottinger for I listened to a podcast. They both mentioned that book. But in the role, you're talking to baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, and maybe another generation in there. So you have to be able to communicate and talk about things. So I think that as you get your master's, make sure if you're going that route, make sure you're taking time to develop your communication skills.
All right. Thank you all so much for those amazing questions. We do have to wrap up this panel right now. I will make sure that any other questions that came in a little too late for this session do get passed on. But yeah, thank you all so much for those wonderful questions, and back to Ed.
All right, I want to pause there. Because you watched a couple panels, you watched a couple speakers, and you're excited. You are excited about the 2025 Player Development Summit, which will be May 29th through the 31st, a Thursday through Saturday. Through Saturday in Kansas City. So I know you're excited. I want to remind you, get your early bird tickets. Do not wait. Every year, people wait until the last month, 3 weeks to get tickets. They are discounted right now for you, okay? Go get your early bird tickets. The information is in the show notes. I will also be releasing speakers here soon. That information on our website, link for the conference is in the show notes. Now get back there. Once again, if you've heard of Jim, I want you to matter of fact, let's do an exercise right now. Have you heard anything that has helped you? Have you been given value from these videos? Click the like button. All right, so if you learned anything, the 5 steps I gave you in player development, this is a natural transition. So these are people's first year in player development. So I think a lot of people ask questions about how to get into player development, but I was truly excited about this panel because I remember my first year and I want people to understand what the first year looks like. I'm so excited for our panelists. We have a lot of range of experiences. And I'm telling y'all, I know I'm gonna say this a lot, but I am so thankful for our panelists, y'all. Like my smile since like late last night, I couldn't even go to sleep. I was so excited. But yeah, so we are gonna get rolling. We're gonna start spotlighting them now. Today we will have, and if we could get them all spotlighted, and now we will go from there. Yes. Boom, here we go. All right. Look at this, man. Man, hold on, y'all. Y'all should have told me y'all was coming with the GQ stuff, man. I'd have stepped my game up a bit, man. Golly. All right. So today, this is our first year in player development panel. So excited to have everyone here. I'm gonna introduce their names and then they'll introduce themselves. And we'll have some questions there for you. So we have Mike Hall from BYU, Matt Lewis from TCU, Chris Smith from SFA, Stephen F. Austin University, for you all who may not know that. And then Arkeem Melberg, go listen to the podcast, who is from Temple. Now, we'll start in that order. What we want from you is your hometown, your current role, and responsibilities. So let's add that. So all the panelists, listen, we're going to add current role and responsibilities to that. So a quick snippet of what you do. Favorite dinner item, because it's dinner time. I always want to know where to snack, where to go, what people like, and then your greatest accomplishment. So, Mike Hall, we'll start with you. Hometown, current role and responsibilities, favorite dinner item, and greatest accomplishment.
First, I just want to say thanks, Ed, for asking me to be on this panel, man. It's kind of intimidating now that I see everybody, man. It's interesting, so I appreciate it. Originally from San Bernardino, California. Role now as director of player development at BYU. responsibilities. I mean, you said it before, man. It's all over the place right now, especially in your first year. But a lot of it is a lot of career development. I work a lot with academics, like you say. I work a lot with our coaches directly. A lot of our players. I'm actually doing a lot in the NIL space also, which, as you guys all know, it's a headache. It's crazy. And then currently, our director of football operations just left, so I'm taking on some of those responsibilities too. So it's been interesting.
Nice, nice.
Favorite dinner meal? I know I'm from California, but I got some Southern blood, so anything fried, man. Anything fried to eat, as long as it's protein, some meat.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, last question. Tell me that.
Greatest accomplishment.
Greatest accomplishment, man. I have 4 kids and none of them are knuckleheads, man. So I'm just trying to keep going with that. So that's an accomplishment these days. So I'll take that one.
Awesome, awesome. I would say my parents put me in that category. So that's awesome you had. Matt, how are you? Hometown, current role, responsibilities, favorite dinner item, and greatest accomplishment.
Hello, everybody. It's great to be here. Great to be a part of this panel. So hometown, Huntington, West Virginia. My current role, I'm assistant AD for player development here at TCU. My favorite dinner item, I'm same way, a little Southern here in baked steaks and mashed potatoes and green beans, all about it. So, and then my greatest accomplishment has to be, I've got, 3 kids, 2 of them are already through college. And then I've got my third who is just finished her freshman year here at TCU. So, and obviously my wife, so.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Chris, I know the hometown, but tell us your hometown current role, favorite dinner item.
Appreciate you having me on again. It's an honor. But Chris Smith from Mansfield, Texas. Current role, director of player development, assist in the weight room, and also assist with the secondary. So kind of got a hand in everything as far as academics to community service, all the whole 9, kind of what these guys have been talking about. Dinner wise from the South, gotta have a steak on deck. And then greatest accomplishment, I would probably say winning the national championship in 2017 when I played at Texas A&M Commerce. So that was
cool. Let's go. All right, Mel, take it away.
Yes, sir. Born and raised in Savannah, Georgia, down in the South. I'm currently director of player development. I handle everything regarding off the field for our guys, right? That's professional development, that's personal development, that's NIL, academics, anything you name it. I'm doing everything regarding off the field. My favorite dish, I'm from the South, but I love seafood, right? Savannah, we right by the water, man. So I love seafood, anything. And my greatest accomplishment is graduating from college. I'm one of the first males of my family to graduate from college, and that was a big deal for me. And I'm so glad that I was able to get that accomplishment because I went through a lot of hardship during my time in college. So it's a blessing I was able to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. You want to hear more about Mel's story? Unshameless player development podcast plug right there. All right, let's get started with the questions. So we'll go in that same order real quick. What were you doing before you began in this role? Once again, we're asking this because a lot of people ask you how to get in player development. What were you doing before you got in the role?
For me, I was actually, being at BYU, we have an honor code, and I was actually one of the administrators in our honor code office, which I got to learn a lot about students and working with guys and girls from the age of 18 to 24 as far as, our religion. BYU is a religious institution and the honor code is a big thing. So I spent 4 years in that office trying to, help our school understand those ages 18 to 24 and trying to write policies to kind of help BYU progress as far as, how we can treat our students and things like that. So I was in that honor code office. Before that, I was actually director of basketball operations during the BYU Jimmer years.
Nice.
So I had a little experience in athletics before that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Matt.
Yeah, for me, I was director of football operations for the previous 9 years here at TCU. Just had developed great relationships with our student athletes. And so when the new staff came in and took over, they felt like that player development would be a better role for me, as well as helping out with operations as well.
Awesome. Awesome. Chris Smith.
For me, so when I first got into the role, I was actually playing ball at the time at Texas A&M Commerce. So being a college student and having fun and playing ball, so it just worked out well, and was blessed enough to be able to be in a position to be a GA and then come and get into a role here. So it was awesome.
And Mel.
Definitely, man. So you can see my face where I got a baby face. So I just started playing about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Once I graduated from Wake Forest, worked at Penn State as an academic support assistant. Realized I didn't want to get really too in depth with academics. Worked with the GA at Arizona State University in student athlete development. Got a full-time role at the University of Oregon as a student athlete development coordinator. Then I transitioned to this role with football, which was my ultimate dream, being football.
Awesome. Appreciate you. Appreciate y'all sharing that. This is our first panel, so I'll just introduce this. The reason why I put those questions in there: hometown, current role, favorite dinner item, greatest accomplishment, to break the ice when you meet people, when we're networking, right? And then where they were before, to show you all who are trying to get in this role. So a lot of students in here, that there's different roles before you get into the role. The path may look different, get in the door. All right, here we go. Matt, you've done many things that have benefited the TCU football program. Shout out to Matt. We had LaDainian Tomlinson follow the account. I forgot to send him an invite, but Matt had everybody on, like TCU's Hall of Fame coming out, shout them out. So you help student athletes the last 20 years. How has this role, and you've done a lot of stuff that player development touches, different things like that, but how has this role been different in the year that you've been in it?
Yeah, so I think the biggest difference for me moving forward, we're always educating when we're dealing with student athletes, no matter what level you're at. Whether it's, I started in the equipment room, I was educating there. Football operations, I was educating there. So I think that's been the biggest thing for me moving into player development, is that we put more of an educational component to things. Even more so classroom time, where we're trying to teach specific life skills that hopefully take them further once football ends. We all know that football ends for these student athletes at some point in time, whether that's at the college level or at the NFL level. And so we want to then equip them to be successful for the rest of their life.
Awesome. Thank you. I was reading your bio. Everybody, man, they were coming at TCU. I was like, oh, that's Matt. Everybody was coming back. All right. So Arkeem, you talked about this a little bit in the podcast. Once again, go check out the podcast episode. Your football career ended way differently than you imagined. How has your journey impacted how you go about the role right now?
All right, so for all who don't know, right, so my sophomore year, ended up blowing out my knee. I tore my ACL, PCL, LCL. I tore everything, man. I couldn't walk about a year and a half. Had to rehab and had to figure out what I wanted to do next, right? But I knew going back home wasn't an option for me. That's when I kind of learned more about the player development role. And from there, man, I said, man, this is the easy role. This is something I've been doing my whole life. I've been always big on helping people, helping others. The youngest of four. So I've always been that type of guy to share my food or look out for my brothers. My mom always kind of taught me that. So just having that mindset of being a servant leader and just caring for others and other individuals, especially individuals who are in the position I once was just recently, right? So I'm a person who teaches about life, right? So as I go through life transition, I want to make sure I'm filling the cup for everybody else right behind me. So that's exactly what I'm doing here. Everything I'm kind of experiencing through my transition. I just let our guys know. My first meeting here, I addressed the team and let them know, like, hey, I'm young as well, too, so we're going to be developing together. And the guys really respect that. So that's kind of like the mindset that I have regarding like player development, what I do here.
I appreciate that. Mike, you a hooper, man. You hoop, man. You got all the records at BYU for hooping. How have your experiences as a basketball player brought new ideas into this football-specific role you're in?
You know what I found, Ed, is that at the end of the day, like we're all going through, whether you're football, basketball, baseball, at the end of the day, I think we all need that extra help. You know what I mean? So there's not a huge difference. In this area, I kind of thought about what I lacked when I was a student athlete and then try to put it into this role. But at the end of the day, I don't think there's a huge difference between football and basketball, or the case may be. At BYU, it's being African-American at BYU, it's a little different. So I try to take my experiences there and help our guys who are African American, Polynesian kids. We have a ton of Polynesian kids, and just kind of see where I struggled and kind of help them that way. And not just our African American and Polynesian kids, but it's all our kids. The things we lack, how can we help them? How can we help them grow? How can we develop them? Kalani's our head coach. His big thing is how can we help our guys better husbands, better brothers, better uncles, better people as a whole. So that's what we focus on a lot. So whether you're a football player, basketball player, baseball player, golf, I mean, we're all going through the same thing. At the end of the day, we're all athletes. And I think at the end of the day, we're all going to hit that identity crisis. When you're finished playing your sport, you're like, what am I going to do? And our job is to make sure, we equip these guys with the best tools and the confidence to go out in the real world and apply the skills they learn on the football field into their everyday life, because they have the skills. We just got to teach them how to apply it in different ways, in different aspects of their life.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike. And then Chris, man, now that you mentioned it, so the question may change a little bit, but you played the coach you served, Coach. Shout out to Coach Carthel, man. Coach Carthel brought me on and had me talk the whole staff about player. That was crazy. But shout out to Coach Carthel. But you played for your current head coach. You know what he expects on the field, and how do you help with that? How do you take the experience you had as a national championship player? I talked to you, I was joking with you the other day. I know you got the ring, you're gonna pull out the pocket anytime. But how do you help players who are in your coach's program now in the role?
I think the biggest thing is just helping them understand impact. You have an impact, and you have a platform as a student athlete. And so what are you doing with that? I always did that when I played, going to NCAA sports career forums and going to drug and alcohol conventions that the institution put me at. And just getting out and networking and making connections. And because a lot of the times these guys, all they see is there's people see you as just a football player or basketball player, whatever it is. But what are you doing outside of that to go make an impact into the world? And, you got little kids looking up to them, and people in the community looking up to them. So just taking that full opportunity and those experiences that you can have in college and using that impact of football into their current lives, and understanding that they both work hand in hand and they relate. So put two and two together, and you'll go a long way if you do that.
Awesome. One thing, I'm gonna stay right there, Chris, before we move, because you mentioned a lot of roles you have. Now you're at the FCS level, and so it's a little different than most of our panelists. I think everybody else is Division I, I believe. You mentioned the weight room. You mentioned, I think running backs. How do you balance all that at the FCS level, where it is you by yourself doing a lot?
Yeah, I think this consistency, trying to find learning the schedule and understanding, what you can actually have time for, and being a master at that when you figure out those time schedules. And also, like you said, I have a great head coach, and we work well together. And he'll send me stuff, and I'll stop what I'm doing and go do the next thing or whatever. But just like you said before, just having flexibility, but understanding that you got to have some consistency within your schedule and understanding the plan that you have ahead. You might have 20, 30 ideas, but which ones are going to fit best for your program to help you move forward, and just putting that into action. So I think that's the biggest thing, is just being consistent and having a plan and understanding, the full schedule and layout of your program.
Awesome. And I'm about to run my trick play here out the back pocket. Mike, Arkeem, and Matt, I got a question for you all. What is support in your role? Or do you work with anyone else? Is there anyone else helping you specifically in player development, or is there someone on the staff that helps you in your role?
Yeah, so for me, right, I don't have a assistant director of player development or somebody with a title like that, but a guy named Bruce Johnson, he's the assistant director of operations. He's someone who helped me out a lot with player development. Me and him kind of tag team. He's the older guy and the younger guy, so we kind of hit him from different angles in that aspect. So that's my guy, but I get full support from my head coach. And if I need any help from anybody on staff, they always willing to help me out regarding anything player development wise.
Awesome. Mike?
Same for me. I learned really quick that I needed some help. There's a lot of work to be done. So I actually approached our business school and tried to figure out some interns. So I was able to hire a couple of interns each semester to kind of help us out, keep going forward. And then at the end of the day, I think as far as our support staff, we're all in it together. We all help each other do everything. And because it's needed. I mean, you guys know in this role, you're going to be pulled every way and you're going to need help. You can't do it by yourself. So I rely a lot on our interns, but at the end of the day, our whole support staff, we're all kind of in it together. We all help each other do things.
Awesome. And then Matt, I know half of Fort Worth helps you because you see that city grow, but what help do you get in the role?
Yeah, and literally, Ed, you're right. Because what I kind of realized, I don't have somebody specifically on the football staff that works with me, but I needed some help from academics. We've got a student athlete development department in athletics. So I've got a quasi board that I've put together with those two individuals, another assistant from those two areas. And then I brought in our two FCA life and character coaches that are also on that board, as well as LaDainian Tomlinson and his group. I've got all of those folks who meet on a weekly basis just so we can help develop out our program. So that's been a good approach for me, again, because it just helps me kind of touch all different facets of what we're trying to do. So instead of me just trying to do this thing alone.
Yeah, I think love what you said, Matt, and we'll get back to the questions I sent you all. That was my trick play. But that's you would call like your board of directors, like finding people who have your back. And I know someone asked that when I had my moment earlier. So thank you for sharing it. Thank you for sharing that. Now, when you talked about the role, what has been the biggest adjustment, the biggest, whoa, didn't know that was coming. We'll start with Matt. We'll come back, kick it back to you.
Yeah, for me, I'll be honest with you, I was dealing with a lot of these same things and same issues in my previous role. There probably hasn't been one aha moment, except probably the educational piece that I realized in the very beginning that, man, we've got to do a good job of putting together some good curriculum. So that's probably been my biggest adjustment, is somewhat going into a teacher mode or professor mode, if you will, being on a college campus. So it's now taken on more of that role from the academic side, as well as the obvious relationships that you have.
Gotcha. Chris?
Yeah, I would probably say for me is just finding ways to program and getting into it. At first, I didn't know what I was doing. I was, I had all these different ideas, but putting it on paper looks great until you actually do it. So just kind of connecting with other people, just on the other side of campus and seeing how they can help, trying to talk to different people. Like I contacted you and you talked to our whole staff and gave us some ideas and things that we could work on to be better. And I think just getting everybody on board to be able to help with that actual plan. And then once you kind of get that plan, you can build off that, but having that consistency throughout the year, then after that, it's just a beginning cycle where you can just keep rolling. So I think that's the biggest thing, is just trying to find ways to get help and ask more questions and learn and grow from that standpoint.
Awesome. We'll go Mike and then we'll go Mel.
I'll kind of piggyback on that. I think everything looks good on paper until it's time to execute. I mean, getting players there, having coaches, there's so many personalities come from basketball. Like I said, I was director of basketball operations, and there's 15 guys and 4 head coaches. That's it. Now there's so many personalities that you got to try to, everyone, you have to please everyone around here, and someone's not going to be happy. So my biggest aha is just kind of the constant movement in football from basketball. There's always something going on. There's always another thing. There's always people prioritize things differently. And my priority for the guys aren't necessarily our head coach's priority or our offense coordinator's priority or our AD's priority. So the big aha is just like kind of being patient with the process and waiting your turn, essentially, right? Because you have access to these guys, but at the end of the day, player development, where we are at BYU anyway, it's not necessarily mandatory yet. So now it's the buy-in, right? You got to get the coaches to buy in. You got to get the AD to buy in. So it's the relationships. It's talking to people, letting people know you're serious, and you know, just making sure when you do something, it's really good, because you don't want people to not show up the next event you do. So that's been a big adjustment for me, as far as just kind of the scale and the size and how much weight football carries as opposed to other sports.
Awesome. Mel?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing for me is the time demand. Come from student athlete development, the transition and player development, specifically with just football. You in early mornings, you stay in late nights, you're on the weekends. I got to speak tomorrow with recruits. Sometimes you come in on Sundays if need to be. So that time demand was just a different thing I had to really kind of adjust and really get used to.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So let's this is another trick play. Matt, you brought it up. Mel, you brought it up. Student athlete development. Let's talk about that, because there. Shout out to all my student athlete development people on the call. SADs, M4A. Shout out to M4A. You talked about it a little bit. You all can kind of talk about the importance of those people in student athlete development to collaborate with, to talk about different things with. You know, let's talk about that, and we could go back. Mel, go back to you, and you have experience from being in that role, and so let's talk about that.
Yeah, I think here at Temple, specifically, just because our budget, we had a smaller program, so our budget, be able to kind of collaborate with them with different programs and things they got going on, to kind of helps us out a ton, right? We don't have to put this in our budget or think about this, just because we can reach out to them and kind of utilize their resources well too. And me and Alyssa, we kind of like this tag team with this internship program that we kind of create. She got some different resources. I have some different resources with football. So as much as we can to tag team this thing, because the main goal is to help our guys develop and get them opportunities. So the most we kind of work together, and we really understand that, the better it will be for us, especially at Temple.
Yeah. Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to piggyback off of that. There's times too when you're going to have a specific speaker come in, and so you don't want to double up on something that the player development folks or student athlete development folks from the athletic department might be doing. So we want to make sure they're very involved in our processes and things that we're trying to present. So that way, again, we can all be singing from the same hymnal, so to speak, because, again, we don't want to be out here on our own doing our own thing, just, again, to make sure that we give these student athletes a well-rounded experience and not keep doubling up and wasting their time for these different meetings. As Mike said, it is hard to get them into these meetings, number one. So let's not double up and let's not double up. Let's make sure we're giving them good, fresh information.
All right, Mike, it's a pass to you. Matt said, hee.
So right now we have and I'll just kind of jump back to what Matt said, like, it's the double it up thing. We got to make sure we're all on the same page. And I'll go back to this, and Matt just mentioned it. Like our student athletes, the last thing they want to do is sit in another meeting, right? So we're going to make sure when we do something, it's good, and it's not regurgitated information that they hear over and over again, right? My biggest thing is, in my first year, just kind of move back a little bit, is I spent a lot of this year developing trust with the guys, just getting to know these guys. So when we do something, that the guys know that I'm not just doing something or having an event just to have an event. I want them to know that when I do something, it's going to be helpful and it's actually going to be worth their time. But part of that is not giving them stuff that they already heard, and not having to sit in multiple meetings just because. The last thing they want to do after practice or before practice is sit there for an hour and a half, listening to stuff they already heard. You know what I mean? So I echo Matt and everyone else when it comes to that. It's just like, make sure, we're making things, worth their time and their while.
And Chris, let us know how it looks at FCS level.
Yeah, I would say it's kind of similar. And the way I handle it, I have a bunch of people, helping me in that process. We have like a mental health specialist on campus. I have her come in and talk to our guys and do some things during the summertime. We have some other people that come in and speak. But I think, like everybody else said, you don't want to make it where it's monotonous and everybody's hearing the same thing over and over and over again. And so I kind of try to do some things that kind of help the guys get out of their framework a little bit and kind of get out of their comfort zone and try to have some fun here and there. We might have a team bonding deal where we do, and then we'll go back and get serious. But just try to switch it up for them. And then sometimes I just ask them like, "Hey, what do y'all want to do?" You know, and I think that's a big deal because that kind of helps them open up a little bit and like, this was a good idea. Let's do this. Right? And that gives you some ideas and kind of it's a hand-in-hand deal where you can work together and build that thing. So I think that's the biggest thing too.
Awesome. So Chris, we'll come back to you and everybody will answer this. How do you or have you earned players' trust coming into role? And Matt, I want you to go last because I got a question for you. I know you've been there, but there still is trust still has to be built in roles. But Chris, starting with you, how in your first year, how do you earn the trust of players?
I would say this for starters, being yourself. Be yourself. Don't change who you are for anything. Be yourself. And I think the biggest thing is just building relationships with the guys and just and letting them know that you actually care and you're here for them to help them grow and be better each and every day. And I try to get around every single guy. You know, you have 110 or 120, whatever it is, but you gotta know each guy inside and out, and you know where they're from, their background, who they are as a person. You might have to deal with one kid, and the other kid might handle certain things differently. So you got to know how to talk to every single kid, and you know it takes time, but I think it's important, and it shows them that you actually care about them, and you want to be here for them. So I think that's the biggest thing is just be yourself and don't change for nobody and do your thing.
Mike?
I think I'll echo that. I mean, my biggest thing, like I said, I spent this first year really trying to develop trust with these guys. And through that, I had to have hard conversations. I'm not afraid to hurt these guys' feelings, and I don't sugarcoat things. And you just got a lot of these guys, and you guys all know this, people are telling them yes all the time. I don't tell them what they want to hear. I tell them what they need to hear. And I'm not afraid for them. If they're mad at me, they're mad at me. You know what I mean? But I think the way you develop trust is just have real conversations. I think for the most part, they appreciate that. I know their parents do because I've been told by several parents they appreciate the conversations. But you got to be present. You got to be yourself. You got to be around. And when you say you're going to do something, you got to do it. And if you can't do it, you got to figure out a way to do it. Develop trust is through actions, right? Actions speak louder than words. And I spend a lot of time making sure these guys know that when they ask me to do something or if they ask for a favor or anything, I'm the guy they come to. I made it a point that for my office to be kind of that one-stop shop where they need something, whether it's, you know, I had a dude call me at 11:30 when it was snowing because he couldn't change the tire. You know what I mean? I was there. So just being present and making sure these guys know you're going to take care of them and having real conversations. Don't sugarcoat stuff. They may hate you for a second, but they'll be back in your office. But let them know tell them what they need to hear, not what they want to hear. And I think that goes a long way.
Yeah. Hey, I would have told old buddy, hey, AAA can help you with snow.
It was a freshman, man. It was a freshman. He didn't know what he was doing,
man. Now, so the biggest thing for me is I use my strengths. I'm a great listener. I'm a person who asks questions, right? So I always sit down. I want to hear our guys out because a lot of times these guys want to be heard. And I'm just a person they know they can kind of just come vent to. The generation's kind of different, right? You tell them to do some stuff, not always yes or no, sir. It might ask you why. So sometimes you kind of got to hear them out and really get a feel for where they're trying to go at and what you're truly trying to say, right? And kind of get your point across. But for me, man, I think for my first year, I did a really good job with just sitting down with each guy, hearing their story, listening them out, hearing them out, and asking questions, making them go deep about who they are and why they think the way they think, and making sure they understand what they're saying, even if it makes sense or just things like that, man. So for me, I just a great listener and just ask great questions.
Awesome. And then Matt, we'll finish with you. How did you continue to maintain or build trust with the players?
Absolutely. No, I think it's, talking about the servant leadership aspect, talking about what Mike was talking about as well, just being available and there for these guys. Chris said the same thing. That is a big deal. And being a person of your word, when they ask you to do something, they know that you're going to go get it done for them. I can't tell you, how many times guys will just come and ask you a little thing. Now, sometimes the answer is no. I believe Mike said that. It is. Sometimes it's, fellas, we can't do that. It might be an NCAA violation, or no, that's dumb. We can't do that. Just being simple and real with them. But I think too, talking to them constantly, even though these dudes are popular on campus, most of them, it is still good to say, hey, fellas, how you doing? How's it going? And I try every single guy that walks by me or I walk by them, I try to acknowledge them, say hello. I don't care if they're the last guy on the team or the very number one guy on the team. I try to make sure that I'm talking to each one of them. And I feel like that's what's maintained the trust that I've had with these guys over the years.
Awesome. We got 3 more questions left. You all listening, panelists, if you have questions, please send them to Lauren King. We're going to make sure you all get time to get the questions you have to our incredible panelists. I'm telling y'all, it's hard being a moderator because I want to do this all day, but I'm learning, so you should have a lot of notes. Now, last question before we get to the end questions where you talk about challenges and encouraging people that are listening, the transfer portal. So same question with the transfer portal. So when I was in it, it didn't look like it looks now. Like that whole thing could flip, So how do you take how you build trust in the transfer portal where you got maybe now it could be 20 new guys from other programs? How do you build trust in a quick season? A lot of them on 6-month leases. I'm here for 6 months and I'm going to the league. How do you build trust there? We'll start with Chris. We'll start with you.
I'll go back to saying it's more kind of the culture that you built, just starting off. And, guys, I had a guy come to me and was talking about getting out, and I sat down and had a real conversation with him and got his mind thinking, like, is this the best option for you? Is this something that you really want to do? Or are you thinking heavy on it? Like having them sit down and having those conversations, I think helps, because those guys that actually trust you, they're going to want to stay. And that culture that you built and that foundation and the family-oriented bond that you already had, they're not going to want to leave. And, you're going to have guys jump ship and you're going to have people talking, but the ones that want to stay and want to be a part of it, they'll stay. And, you'll keep that thing rolling. But you still want to be there for them and give them the options, like Mike said, have those hard conversations. Like, hey, dude, this might not be the best option for you. Yeah. I'm not gonna tell you not to leave. If that's something you want to do, then do it. But I'm gonna give you the other side of it too. And the grass ain't greener always on the other side. So, are you looking at it that way, or are you just looking at it because it's money involved, or this or that, or whatever the circumstances may be? But just having those hard conversations as well.
You hit them with that Patrick Ewing thing, huh? Come here. Mel, if you could talk about how it looked, and Mel and Matt, if you could talk about, appreciate you, Chris, talk about what it looked like with a coach transition, where it's just, whoa, we got new staff, we got new players. How do you build trust in that aspect?
Yeah, so definitely, man. So our main point is developing a whole man, right? That's what our coach is all about, building up the man, helping him prepare himself for life after sports. But with transfer portal, the 2 things I really saw is guys leave, 1 for money and 2 for playing time, right? And I can't handle playing time, but I can help out with the money situation, right? In the sense of like educating our guys to understand what they get themselves into. So one thing I've been trying to do myself is learn as much as I can about NIL, right? Because now all these NIL deals are the best deals, right? And you got to understand like what you get yourself into if you leave for this certain amount of money or whatever kind of may be, right? Just having those real type of conversations like that, because it's happening, man. Guys getting offered 100K, 200K, 300K, but really think about what you're getting offered, right? And understand what you get yourself into. So I'm trying to learn as much as I can regarding this NIL space, and trying to equip our guys and make sure they understand what they kind of get themselves into. And how can we do a better job with NIL here at Temple to make sure these guys get some money in their pockets, but also but the main thing is developing the whole man. We want guys to really understand that aspect.
Gotcha. Well, appreciate you sharing that. You said 200K. I could still snap. You might get a series or 2 from me. All right, Matt, if you can answer the question.
Yeah. Talking about the transfer portal in and of itself, I think it's just been good to be available to these folks, whether they're coming or going. Either way, obviously we all have cell phones. We all are very accessible, and so I just try to be accessible for both the parent and the kid when we're talking about that, because I think the kid obviously is making a big decision, but most of the time the parent's involved as well. So you just try to be there to help guide and talk them through those situations. We talk specifically about coaching transition too. And I tried in my position just to be the person who helped bridge that gap. The new coaching staff wanted to know about certain players, their personalities, those type of things. So I just tried to be as available as I could for that new staff, vice versa for the player. I tried to be as available for the player and letting them know, hey, this is what the new staff is looking to do or trying to do. Hang in there. Just be a part of the culture, grow with them, that type of thing, because it's a hard deal for the player. I think we forget about that sometimes. Obviously, the coaches get caught up in the changes, but we also forget about the players. It's a hard deal for them as well.
And boy, did it pay off.
All right, I am here. You know everything about the Player Development Summit. You already know the dates, where it's going to be here in Kansas City. I'm just here to remind you to press the like button. You've got a gym. Once again, pause. If you got anything from this, press the like button.
It totally paid off. Mike, if you can finish it with us.
Well, same thing. So one of my responsibilities is onboarding and offboarding. So I get to talk to these players and parents kind of on the front end and the back end, right? When these players are coming in, we actually have several guys coming in right now. It's actually killing me. But actually just when they come in, just kind of give them my spiel, let them know what my title is, what I do, how I'm going to take care of them and things like that, but kind of be consistent with them as they're coming and going, just like I'm consistent with our guys there, who are currently there. Making sure they know I'm taking care of them. As far as the onboarding things, the guys coming in, let them know, hey, I'm your guy. And the way I develop that trust is, be on top of this stuff. Admissions, the hardest thing about the transfer portal is that some universities, and our school is one of them, our school doesn't move as fast as a transfer portal. So getting guys in and out of school, admissions, getting them into programs, it doesn't. So I'm trying to help keep parents a little bit at ease and patient as we're trying to, navigate this whole thing, because a lot of universities, and ours is one, we just don't move as fast as a transfer portal. So I'm just trying to be there every step of the way. If they have questions, call me anytime, day, night. And same thing with, with our guys leaving and having those conversations. Someone said this already, but is it all about the money? Yeah, it looks good, but just because you're good here at BYU, that doesn't mean you're going to be good at some SEC school. There's levels to this, right? So let's just keep it real with ourselves and have real conversations. And at the end of the day, the money only lasts so long, but how about these relationships and this networking I got for you? That's going to last a lot longer than a quick bag. So just trying to be consistent with my conversation with these guys and these parents, and at the end of the day, whether they're coming or going, my job is to make sure they're taken care of, and treat them the same way they're coming in as they're coming out.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And y'all brought up NIL. I'm not going to take away from my NIL panel. That's tonight, NIL panel tonight. But I found something out when I was in the player development position at Baylor. Once again, I found out these companies are companies. They didn't care about student athlete. We had some guys signing contracts, and the contract literally said, till we read it with compliance, if you get drafted, this contract automatically re-ups for the next 10 years. And I'm sitting there with guys in my office like, do you understand what that means? Like, for your name, image, your likeness? So anyway, all right. Now, make sure you're getting your questions in to Lauren King. We got one last question, and we are going to get to a Q&A. So if you have questions, please send them to Lauren King. She is up there. Lauren, you getting the questions, Lauren? Are you getting them?
Oh yeah, we've already got a lot coming in, and we've got a lot of people who want to be spotlighted this time. So you'll be hearing from some of the attendees themselves.
Perfect. Well, I'm gonna do this one real quick. I don't want to take away from the attendees. All right, last question for you all. What's a quick 30-second piece of advice or encouragement for someone who wants to get in this role? And we could just take away, Mike, we'll start with you.
Be patient. Be patient and be organized. Patient and organized, and understand that you're not the guy. You're not the boss, whether you want to be or not. But be patient, organized, understand that. And at the end of the day, it's about the players. Your job is to take care of the players. Obviously, you're going to report to coaches, your chief of staff, director of operations, whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, your job is to do what's best for the guys. And if that falls under your umbrella, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But your job is to take care of the guys and their well-being for sure.
Awesome. Mel?
Yep. So just reach out on LinkedIn and contact as many people as you can in player development space, and be intentional. Ask those guys and females those questions about what exactly do they do and how exactly they get things done there, right? And as you kind of asking those questions, getting those answers, just prepare yourself with a plan as well too. If I become a director of player development tomorrow, do I have a plan? Can I be able to run my own program by myself and just kind of have an idea? So once you start it up, everything kind of running smoothly, and find you a mentor, somebody that you can call up and ask them about different things. So my first year, lead on Ed Jones into Beyond the Field podcast. So in the other interviews, I was able to call up and ask different questions about, hey, how do you do this and how do you do that? So that really was the key for me, getting that mentor, just having things planned out before I actually got into this role, because I always set myself into this role.
Chris?
Yeah, I would say kind of piggybacking with everybody else is don't be afraid to reach out to people that are in the same field. Like I reached out to you, Ed, and you've been a big mentor to me, but don't be afraid to reach out, and you know, with your plan and whatever you want to do and you want to put it on paper, make sure you have a structure behind it and you're organized and you go about it the right way, and you talk to other people to be able to help you have some consistency in that, and just have fun with it, man. Just be yourself and do your thing.
Awesome. And Matt?
Yeah, be available. Be available to your players, to be available to your staff, be available to administration at all times. And like everybody else has already said, have that plan ready to go. And obviously make sure that the head coach has his input on it too, because he might have certain things that he wants to see done and covered, and making sure that the players learn about this or that. So I think those are all important things, and they've all brought up great items as well.
All right, now we're gonna move to Q&A. Let me see the class for the panel. All right, so we're gonna Lauren, if you can take it away for Q&A.
All right, we've got some great questions. We are gonna go ahead and start with Dominic Ferrucci. I'm gonna add a spotlight and let him ask his question for the panel.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Lauren. And thank you all for talking, learned a lot, certainly. I have a question for Matt specifically. My background is in equipment. I'm a current equipment manager for the football team at Boston College. So I believe you probably know Brendan Bishop from your time at TCU. So we have that connection. But just if you wouldn't mind speaking on how you took those lessons specifically with equipment, whether it be at practice, games, obviously lots of preparation that goes into that, and have kind of implemented that into the relationships you have now with the entire staff and with players.
I appreciate the question. And yeah, it's pretty cool. You got your starting equipment there. That's exactly how I broke into college athletics, was through the equipment room. So you know, the things I learned from that was specifically being organized. I think also going back, just developing those relationships, because even in the equipment room, you're developing relationships with those players. You know, when you're passing out new gear, when you're having to take something away, those type of things, you're constantly developing relationships with those guys. You're getting to know those players really well. So I think it's just, you know, again, being available, being around, staying organized. That's some things that I specifically took from the equipment field that has really helped me in my career.
Thank you.
Sir.
Great, awesome. Thank you so much for that, Dominic. We are now going to move to our next question with Antonio Boone.
Hello. Again, thank you all for having this time with us today. This question, I work in the junior college sector of college athletics, so this is more of an interest-based question. Is there a different approach to how you interact, advise, or program for the athlete who is on track for a professional athletic career compared to the athlete who is more focused on graduating and finding their career path?
I mean, I can answer it really quick. I don't think my approach is any different. Like I said, ultimately, I tell people all the time, my job is to make sure these guys have a really, really good plan B, right? Regardless of whether they're NFL guys or not, my job is to focus on what they can do after football's over. We all know the percentages. A lot of these guys aren't going to go to NFL, and if they do, the life cycle there is 2 to 4 years, right? So what can I do? What can I provide these guys, the tools, everything else? I tell these guys all the time, use your celebrity right now in their community and focus on networking relationships. They can do that while they're trying to figure out, the whole NFL thing. But I think for me, the approach is the same regardless if it's an NFL prospect or not.
We do the same thing here at Temple as well. But one thing we kind of do with our guys, especially if they expect to get drafted, we have Asian education and kind of sit them down and teach them more about what it means to have an agent, how to pick the right agent, and just make sure you're doing your due diligence when you going through that process as well.
All right, thank you all so much. Thank you, Antonio, for the question. Our next question will be coming from Jonathan Jones.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the panel. Shout out to Coach Ed Jones. And you all, I apologize in advance. My baby boy is crying in the background. I'll be quick with my question. So my question is just in terms of, I know you all talked about programming and speakers and curricula. What do you all look for in terms of like determining what speakers to bring and how, if they're qualified to come in to speak to your group or not?
Well, for us, it really depends on the need of the team during the time right now, right? And the second thing is how much the speaker going to cost. That's a big thing for us as well too. Are we bringing in Inky Johnson? Or are we bringing somebody else in as well too? So, but you got to take that in consideration as well. But really, just really kind of getting a pulse of the team and kind of figure out what do we need right now as a unit. And one thing I kind of realized about my first year, it doesn't have to be a big group setting. Sometimes you need to do freshmen, sophomore, junior, senior, like those specific meetings. I found that can be very beneficial than always having a speaker come and talk to the whole team.
I think if I can just piggyback on that too, is just we all talk, amongst different staffs, that maybe just like Mel brought up, Inky Johnson might show up at Temple, tomorrow. And we might pick up the phone and call him and just say, hey, how was Inky? So that we do a lot of that too, where we kind of do a little background on that speaker. Their speaker will give you, hey, we're going to talk about this, and this. Sometimes they veer off topic pretty easy. So we want to make sure that they are covering the relevant topic for the time that we're tapping into.
Can I add to that just really quick? One thing I did at the beginning of the year last year is I actually surveyed our guys of their interests, and a lot of it was budgeting, major life purchase. A lot of our guys are older because they go church missions and stuff like that. So these guys have wives. So I tried to kind of get a gauge of kind of what they wanted. So I surveyed them, and our biggest thing was budgeting one-on-one, banking account, major life purchases, taxes, things like that. So I actually kind of got the info from the guys and obviously you're not always going to get great feedback from the surveys, but from the feedback I did get, I just kind of used those and kind of, for the most part, it was kind of most guys enjoyed those things we did.
I'll say something too, just to add on, this past year we had a huge tragedy, happened. One of our players passed away. And I think the biggest thing was, you gotta have a feel, for your team and what they're going through and the players that you have. So, we brought in a mental health specialist and had her come talk to the guys. We brought another organization in just to talk to the guys about, things that they might have dealt with from a tragedy standpoint, and try to, let them open up a little bit and and let people grieve differently and how they go about the situation. So just kind of having a feel for, you know, the time and where you're at within the season of, you know, going into summer, spring, and fall.
All right, thank you all so much. Our next question, and probably final one for this session, is going to be from Simone Williams.
Hi, everyone. This is a question for our king. Am I saying it right?
Yep, you are.
Awesome. So since you are young, being in your current role, do you feel it is harder for athletes to consider your opinion and help, or do you feel it's a little bit easier because you are close in age?
No, just because I transitioned into like a leadership role when I was a student athlete. Once I blew out my knee, I became a position coach, and from that experience, I was the same age, or guys were even older, but I was still able to get that respect from those guys, and I was able to gain that respect by just being myself. I don't sugarcoat it, and I try my best to be the same person every single day. And if I'm not that person, the guys call me out. They say, "Hey, man, you're not laughing today. You're not smiling today. Like, what's going on, right?" So I try my be the same person every single day. But when I first kind of started to roll, that kind of came back in my head. But to be honest with you, if you know your knowledge and you know who you are, and you just speak with conviction, and you know what you want to kind of talk about, and it makes sense, I think anybody can respect you, no matter what the age may be.
Okay, give me just a second. Thank you so much, Simone. Great question. Panelists, great answers on everything. Let's see if we have time for one more. Okay, here we go. From Andrew Puckett, for Matt Lewis, what are some situations you found yourself in where players ask for things that you can't provide, and how do you handle it? Whether that be violations or things out of your control.
Yeah, boy. Yeah. So if there's certain things that we can't provide, we're not allowed to do, whatever that might be, it's sitting down and explaining to that guy exactly why we can't, whether it be an NCAA rule or it's just something that financially we can't afford to do, or whatever the situation might be. But I think it's just being transparent and helping that kid understand this is why we can't get there. You don't have to do that often. You really don't. We've talked about that, but a little bit, but you don't have to do that often. But when you do, I think it's just being transparent and making sure those guys fully understand why.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. I'm sorry we couldn't get to all the wonderful questions that were in the chat, but I will keep track of them. But like I said previous, feel free to reach out to these people on your own, on LinkedIn, social media. You never know how busy they are and if they're going to be able to answer those questions at a different time. Thank you all so much to our attendees and our panelists as well.
Panelists, thank you so much. One thing you heard, I'll piggyback what Lauren said, you heard them use the word reach out. So if they use reach out, if you're going to reach out, you know you got to answer the people who reach out to them. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. Let's get a round of applause for our panel. All right, now, I'm excited to bring on, we're transitioning to a sponsor. We cannot have this conference without sponsors. And so our gold sponsor, Mr. Jonathan Orr of Athlete Transition Services, is here. And he is going to give us a quick talk about what he's doing, quick things about what's going on. There he is. Yeah.
What's up, man?
What's up, man? How you doing, Jonathan? So, Jonathan, man, thank you so much once again for sponsoring this conference, so we could put this on. These things do not happen without people like yourself. So, Jonathan, take it away.
Yeah. First of all, Ed, congratulations, man, on pulling this off. Even though we're only a couple hours in, so proud of you, and just thankful for your vision, bringing all these. This is like the Grammys of player and athlete development, or the Oscars, man. So again, thank you for doing this. Real quick, I'll take 3 minutes. My name is Jonathan Orr. I'm the Executive Director of Athlete Transition Services. And so we're a nonprofit. We've been around about 9.5 years, and we exist to help athletes prepare for life after sports. We do it in 3 ways. One, we provide a host of in-person seminars and workshops for student athletes.
professional athletes, high school athletes. Secondly, we provide mental health services and coaching services. So we have a team of licensed therapists as well as certified career and life coaches. So we provide one-on-one and small group support for athletes. And then thirdly, we provide professional development for coaches and administrators. And so real quick, just want to share a couple cool things, opportunities that we have with you all. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. So the first one, is it showing? Okay, I'm good. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Yep. So this is a recap from this past school year that just ended. And so this year we were able to serve 36 colleges, over 2,500 student athletes participate. And this is specifically for our in-person workshops and seminars or presentations on campus. And then the cool thing that we do, man, whatever we do, we make sure that we get data, right? And so after every session, student athletes, they rate their experience. And so they rate the presenter, they also rate the content. And so for the 4th year in a row, we've been over 95%. So, you know, that's equivalent to like an A as far as their experience. So that's one thing I wanted to share. Another cool thing, we have an opportunity to come to your campus for free. We have a partnership with the United States Marine Corps that we've had going into our 3rd year. So it's for our next season program. It's a student athlete development transition preparation program. And so we've been able to take this to almost 50 universities over the last 3 years. We provided for just football teams. We provided for all student athletes, upperclassmen. It doesn't matter. We adapt it to fit the audience, but it's been phenomenal experience. It's available for, the Marines are broken up into 2 regions, so East and West. So right now it's available for the West region. So basically everything west of the Mississippi, but we're in talks to get it back on the East, the East region of the country as well. So we hope to get that solidified within the next couple of weeks. So wanted to share that. And then lastly, we have a brand new program called Double Vision. And this was created really with 1st through 3rd year professional athletes in mind, as well as athletes on injured reserve and legends. And so it's really encouraging professional athletes to keep the end in mind, right? You can kind of read it there, by crafting a holistic vision for a successful future. And so really what we do in this is tackle the areas that a lot of professional athletes struggle in once it's over, and then try to get them to start thinking about those areas now and putting a plan in place, you know, while they're currently a professional athlete. And so in the chat, I put a lot of information in there. I put all my contact information. I also put, if you're interested in that, the next season program that we do with the Marines, I put the request form in that chat. I put a recap video of that program, just some different information. But again, if there's any way I can be of support to anyone on this call or our organization, we would love to. Thank you again, Ed, and to your team.
Oh, I'm muted. Thank you so much, Jonathan. We appreciate it. You all will take a quick break before we get into our professional athlete development panel. Once again, thank you to Jonathan Orr and ATS. This does not happen if we do not have sponsorship. So here we go. Quick break for you all to go grab some snacks, use the restroom, hurry up, give your kids a quick bath, whatever you need to do, walk the dog. This time it's All right, all right. I had to figure out my DJ setup. It wasn't working when we started the break. But hey, how about panel one? How about that? You all, first year player development, that was a lot. I learned a lot. I wish I would listen to that panel. I had an opportunity to be a part of that panel when I started. But here we go. We're moving to professional athlete development panel. And this one's pretty awesome to me. Once again, this is, like I told y'all, calling people and asking people to be on the panel and them saying yes. It was incredible. A lot of these people you'll see on here, they've transitioned. I know them personally from college and transitioned to the pros. We'll talk about that. But they're getting spotlighted right now. So excited to have them on. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm seeing a theme. Y'all should have let me know. Y'all could have let me know. It's all good. Y'all just left me out. It's all good. I wore the orange, you know what I'm saying? All right. So excited for this panel. Like I said, know a lot of people on this panel. So I'll start. We have Alexander Martin from the Miami Dolphins. We have Dr. Lacey Carmen Johnson from Toronto Raptors. We have Jessica Gray from the Detroit Lions. And we have Kiara McClendon from the Atlanta Dream. Thank y'all so much for being here. So excited to have y'all on here. I'm just thinking about, like, I was talking in the pre-show, and I'll be real quick. I feel like I'm on a podcast. But I was talking in the pre-show about like horizontal networking, getting to know people kind of in the similar roles, and we all had opportunities to meet each other. Kiara, I remember when you sent me a handwritten letter and able to connect with you on the phone and different things like that. So that's awesome. So let's get it started off. We'll go Kiara, Jess, Dr. Lacey and Alex, if you guys could do your hometown, your current role and responsibilities. I forgot to put that in the deal. Current role and responsibilities, favorite dinner item, and your greatest accomplishment.
All right. Well, first and foremost, thank you all for allowing me to join you this evening. Super excited for this panel and for the opportunity to talk about player development, player engagement as a whole. I'm Kiara McClendon, originally from New Jersey, specifically West Orange and Montclair, New Jersey, for those who know where that is. My favorite dinner item is actually dessert, so probably the after dinner moment for me. And then my biggest accomplishment, I actually have two different ones that I would like to highlight. One would be publishing a book series for kids about financial literacy. So The Adventures of the Money Mavens is my book series that highlights the importance of financial education. And the other, I would say, is being someone that's building player development in the W space. I think it's a huge accomplishment in and of itself, more so for our athletes than anything else, but I'm really excited to be at the helm of those experiences and to pave the way, so to speak. I don't want to take away from the work being done by other practitioners, but we're moving in Atlanta for sure.
I forgot who I said next. I'm sorry. Jessica, you go next.
Hey, I'm Jessica Gray, co-director of player engagement with the Detroit Lions. I am from Philadelphia, born and raised, where I'm currently reporting live from.
Hey.
I'd say my greatest accomplishment is, I got a couple, but one is that I never gave up and never let people put me in a box. And the second one is first in my family to get my master's degree. And I'm first generation, so that's important.
Congrats. Don't forget the dinner item.
Oh, dinner item is the whole thing, but maybe the champagne. Like, can we go with the champagne?
Hey, it's Hey, it's 8 o'clock where you at. I'm cool. When you drink champagne, that champagne time is any time. All right, Dr. Lacey.
I am a 409 Savage.
Hey, let's go.
Beaumont, Texas represent. Dr. Lacey Carmen Johnson. Yes, I will go by doctor. If you could put some respect on it.
Yes.
My current role, I am the manager for basketball advancement with the Toronto Raptors. Favorite dinner item. I'm a big time sides girl. So like real rice and gravy. I'm from the South. That's how we do it. But I also, I can kind of call myself maybe like pseudo Jamaican because I married one. I'm a big oxtail girl with extra gravy.
Yes.
And then my greatest accomplishment, just even with all the work and getting to be a doctor and all these other like great things that have happened over the course of my career, my first ministry will always be home. So, finding my partner, my life partner, and my ultimate teammate, and being the mama of them boys.
Alex, take away.
Yeah, she took my dinner item. Yo, I ain't even gonna lie to you. I was gonna say oxtail rice and peas, but I need that extra oxtail gravy on the rice.
Yes, please.
What's up, y'all? Alexander Martin. Yes, I do go by Alexander, full name emphasis. Originally from Illinois, so I'm Midwest born and raised. I'm currently the manager of player engagement with the Miami Dolphins. And I'd say currently my greatest accomplishment was landing on the 40 under 40 list here in Miami, Florida.
Let's go, Dade County.
Yes,
sir. All right, so we'll go reverse order. What were you doing before you got in this role? Once again, for you all, maybe some people log on, log off, want to show you all that sometimes it does not go directly into player development. So want to have an emphasis. We'll go Alex, Dr. Lacey.
Through the 31st. All right, you got it by now. I want to see you there. Back to the video and like and share.
Jess and Kiara.
Yes, that's a good question. I actually didn't even start off in athletics. I actually started in higher ed. So right after my master's, I spent my first maybe year and a half, 2 years doing higher education. So I was gaining up my skills in logistics, event planning. So I really started out doing campus activities for the University of Miami. Like I was planning all the concerts, the comedy shows, the late night programs. It was fun, like way too many t-shirts for my blood though. But at the same time, I can tell like my passion wasn't in it. You know what I'm saying? Like I had fun while I was doing it, but I knew my passion was in athletics. But I didn't know student athlete development existed because when I was playing football at SIU, we didn't have a student athlete development office. Like I had my academic advisor, but she was letting me know what classes I need to go to, not knowing that there was plenty of all these other professional development opportunities I could do post-graduation. And so that's just naturally what I clung to when I got to higher ed was campus activities. But spending that year and a half there is actually what got me over to athletics, because everything that I learned as a GA in campus activities and doing campus programs for the general student population, I actually took that, packaged it, and flipped it over with me to athletics. And I just started doing the same thing I was doing with the general student population with the student athletes. And it actually became easier for me because I was a student athlete myself and I knew the rigors and the grind and what was needed for whatever transition that was, high school to college or college to the next level. And so again, not even starting off in athletics, I started in higher ed for a year and a half and then jumped into student athlete development. And student athlete development, I loved it. Again, it was just generally a natural space for me. And then it was in student athlete development where I learned that player engagement existed. And so again, I just took the skills I had from student athlete development, packaged it up differently, and took it with me to the NFL. And it's been working out ever since.
Yeah, you leaving here with something.
For sure, everything.
All right, Dr. Lacey.
Well, I'm definitely team too much. And some folks have had an issue with that, but I think that everything that has happened and everything I've done has led me to where I am now. And so I'm grateful for every single experience. 6 universities, 5 states, now 2 countries later, student athlete, turned coach, turned academic advisor, turned athlete development professional, all while moonlighting as a professor, teaching everything from ESL to undergrad to grad level courses. I still teach graduate level courses now. And on top of that, I'm somebody's partner and mama. Oh yeah, and I own my own coaching and consulting company. So definitely team too much. Damn proud of it. And I'm gonna keep doing it. And for everybody who thinks that you can only do one thing, you can be multifaceted and multi-passionate. And we have lots of entrepreneurs on this panel right here.
Awesome. Thank you. Jessica, take it away.
Yeah, so I started with basketball. So went to Temple undergrad and grad, had the privilege of working under head coach Fran Dunphy with the men's basketball team as a men's basketball manager and a GA. I think I was the only female Division I men's basketball GA at the time, so respect. And then I transitioned to working with all teams. At that time, I really was like, okay, I'm with the halves. I want to be able to help more people and kind of see what the other, other sports experiences. So I was able to spend about 3.5 years working in compliance and student athlete affairs at my alma mater, transitioned to GW, just did student athlete development. That's where I think I was really able to hone my skills and not really put them into practice, but really develop them to be ready, right, for whenever I was going to have the opportunity. Then I transferred to Texas Tech, was living out in Lubbock for about 2.5 years, had the opportunity to get promoted there to oversee the Leadership Academy there. And then that took me right to Detroit in the summer of 2021. So really was always focused in being in a space of service and providing holistic support. For me, what I loved about being a basketball manager and being able to transition into being a GA was I wanted to kind of bring campus to the basketball team. So knowing the schedule limitations, knowing their challenges, knowing their maybe like their lack of interest in doing anything else was like, okay, I'm gonna go with you to SAC, or I'm gonna bring programs in different offices to you and be that dot connector, bridge builder across campus. So being able just to be of service and use all my different skills and interests to bring people together and holistically just do life with people is my goal.
Awesome. Yara?
For me, so my path's a little, there's not a linear path at all for me. I started out in the music industry actually when I was in college. So I spent time at Atlantic Records, spent time at High 97, and then I went to Revolt TV, all of which were internships or part-time positions, but it allowed me to grow even more comfortable with working with high-profile individuals. When we were at Revolt, that was before the channel actually launched. And so we were on Didi's inaugural team for that particular channel. So you had to know what Didi's expectations were, whether you were an intern or you were the VP of whatever, right? But I grew really comfortable in that space, and I enjoyed working with individuals that were of, I guess, again, a high profile, right? The cheesecake. I'm just so glad he didn't send me anywhere to get cheesecake, because that would have been my last day. But and being in that space just allowed me to really be comfortable with that type of expectation, right? Like high demand, high expectation. But then I transitioned to working in the college space, specifically in college athletics. And I did all the things in academics and student athlete development. I was a tutor. I was a graduate intern. I worked with the Life program at Florida State. I worked with and was an advisor for Shiro's at Ohio State, with Raz at Ohio State. So like building these programs that have now been in many ways a model of success for other programs in the student athlete development space during the time that I was in college athletics. So I was at Florida State, at Ohio State, most recently Georgia Southern, and then I transitioned into the pro space. So I think for me, as you mentioned, there is really not a defined path. My educational background, my first master's degree is in health communication, and not a lot of people know that. So I was really interested in helping people in a different way, but it translated into the work that I'm doing now and helping to be impactful in the lives of athletes, whether that was college athletes when I was in the college space or now pro athletes in the pro space.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank y'all so much. Once again, the big thing, you all listening, a lot of students on here, a lot of people trying to transition in. It's not linear. It's experiences, all the experiences you have right now will help you in the role. All right. Now you all transition from college space, correct me if I'm wrong, straight from college into the pro space that you're in right now. Okay, perfect. What has been the biggest adjustment to your role, team, or your league? Jessica, I'll start with you.
I think the biggest adjustment for me was going back team specific. So when I was team specific, I was basketball. So that's a smaller roster, right? So kind of going back team specific and then going with the biggest kind of roster. So I started in training camp in 2021. So I didn't have much time to get to know whose face was underneath that helmet. I was trying to learn people by their calf muscles and how they walk. And so it was interesting. So I would say for me, that was the biggest transition, is going back to team specific with the largest team, trying to understand the dynamics of not only our coaching staff, again, was a first time head coach, new coaching staff, and then new team. And then just the timing of it. So I would say that was the biggest transition for me and biggest challenge was just trying to figure out whose head was underneath the helmet at the peak of summer in Michigan. And then I think I would say from there, the next hardest part or the biggest transition was going through the first like 53-man cut. That was weird. That was different for me. I don't think that's ever going to get normalized. So I guess for me as a fan and consumer all that time, I just thought the team was the team. So now that I'm actually in the space, I was like, oh shoot, this ain't the team. So just realizing going through that emotionally with them and then being like, well, dang. And then once we got into season, realizing like the team still wasn't the team. So there's still somebody new coming in the building every so often. So I would say just how fluid the roster is so different than in college athletics. I got out of college athletics before NIL kind of hit the fan. And I got out of compliance before the transfer portal. So I kind of get away before it gets too crazy. So for me, I was used to just kind of consistency of who I was serving. And that's the thing that changes. Like I can have a player on my roster in September, they be gone and they can come back in December. So I think that's just kind of part of the challenges.
Dr. Lacey?
Time and time. So I'll explain what that means. Time meaning kind of in college athletics, you have that fixed time with your athletes, typically 4 to, with our COVID folks, 6 years. Some may be longer than that. I don't know. Some folks seem like they're older than me now. But you have such a long amount of time with your college athletes where, you can kind of hold their hand a little bit longer. You really have time to direct the path. But now I literally have 10 days. And then I have one guy who I think he just finished season 16, not with us, but he's been in the league for 16 years. So it's trying to figure out how can we have like that service and support, but like with an immediate impact. The real like building the plane while flying it. That's what kind of comes to mind when I think about from the time aspect of like working with the athletes that I have. Also, working in student athlete development, but working more specifically with football academics and then football player development, you go from having so many more people and now I have, 17. So that was a little bit different. The second piece of time is just the travel being away from my family. I think in working with football, coming from more of that space, it was a game a week. Now we might have 4 games. Sometimes I think one week we had 5 games in a week just with all the reschedules and stuff in my first season. And so it's a lot. It seems like it's, really glamorous because I post like these pictures on the court with these cute outfits and stuff. But when we're arriving at the hotel at 3 a.m, or I'm getting back into Toronto at 4 a.m, and then I have a call time for a production shoot with a player at 10 a.m, it's not nearly as cute and as glamorous as you think it is. And it's nonstop from October to April. And that's like if the season ends in April, there's still teams playing now, teams that will play into June. And even right now, I have guys who are coming in every other week into Toronto. So for me, it was, you don't really get that time off in that break. But it's that time piece was a big adjustment for me.
Thank you for sharing that. Yara.
I would say for me, the big adjustment is just being in a new role. And when I say it's new across the organization and also across the league. So there's not a blueprint to follow. And when you don't have a blueprint to follow, there are pros and cons to that, right? The pro is that you get to create it. The con is that there's not necessarily another person to call and say, hey, what are you doing at X, Y, and Z team? Because there's not necessarily a program in place in the way that, I want to build my program. The other piece is I live a lot in like what other people would consider other duties as assigned, right? So I live a lot in conversations with marketing. One of our athletes is on the cover of Slam magazine, which released today. I was at that shoot, right? But that's not an Atlanta Dream marketing shoot. It's an external shoot, but I'm there in support of that individual, right? So I think all of that is great experience and exposure, but it's also trying to advocate for where do you fit on a basketball side? where do you fit on the business side, and how do you bridge the gaps between the two? And then also, how do you engage externally so that you can bring the proper opportunities back to your organization and more specifically to your players? So again, a lot of this, and we're in season. Our season kicks off today. So shout out to y'all for wearing the W hoodies.
Yeah.
We love the representation, but I think all of that is all a part of the transition. I started before our season, 6 months before our season started. So I started in our off season, and now we're in season. So that lead up was also a big part of the transition as well.
Awesome, man. Thank you for being here with the buzzer beater before the season, spending time with us. Alex.
Yeah, so I think most people would think the biggest adjustment would be managing, grown men with millions of dollars, but that's really nothing compared to, I think, managing student athletes across, like we had like maybe 400 student athletes across 18 teams at UM. So I think the workload for me is actually easier, but I agree with what the other lady said. The time commitment was the biggest for me for sure, from July to about January, potentially February if you go to the Super Bowl. I mean, it's literally work every single day. Like, game day is Sunday, Monday is a film review day, Tuesday the players have off, but coaches and staff, we're still in the building. Wednesday and Thursday are full practice days. Friday is what we call like Fast Friday, where we try to get out the building by 2. We also do haircuts and car washes at the building on Fridays as well, just to prepare for the game. So I do that. That's something I get to do for our players, which I get to enjoy as well. And then Saturday is a little different depending on if it's a home or away game. If it's a home game, we'll still come in the morning and do a walkthrough. We'll be done by 12, and then players will have like off time until 6, but we all meet at the team hotel even for a home game. If it's an away game, we'll shoot over to the airport by like 12, and then we're flying in Saturday night for the game Sunday morning, and we head right back here to Miami right after the game. So there really is no time off during the season. And people always say, well, what's work-life balance look like? Well, in season, there really is no work-life balance, but the balance comes on the back end. If you can get through the rigors of the regular season, there's a good 6 weeks off at the end. It's like at the end of off-season program, right before training camp. It's about a good 6 weeks that we all get off, at which point I don't answer no phone calls, no text messages, no nothing. And my players know that. But I just want to add on to what, Jessica was saying as well, is that 53-man cut is vicious. That's something that I don't think I'll ever get used to, because like we just got our rookies in this past weekend. So we brought in about maybe 45 rookies total, a good 14 were tryouts, right? And of the tryouts, only 2 made it of the tryouts, right? And then not only that, so right now we're sitting with 25 rookies, 25 of which I know maybe only 10 are going to make it come September, which is unfortunate, because I'm going to spend the next 3 months with a whole bunch of rookies who I'm going to develop these relationships with, get close with, but at the same time, like I know more than half of them, 75% is not going to make the cut. So I'm not the guy that grabs them from the locker room and tells them, yo, you're getting cut, but I'm the last person they see before they leave the building. And so part of what I do, I think somebody mentioned this earlier on the before panel, I'm onboarding a lot of our new players, which includes the rookies. And so whenever we get a new batch of rookies in, like that's me. I'm the first person they see when they get to the building. But when we do cut day, they're going around talking to their coaches, returning their equipment. And before they leave the building, they come to my office. And it's my job to make sure that they know, like, yo, this isn't the end. Just because it didn't work for the Miami Dolphins doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to work for another team. Like, just because it didn't work for us doesn't mean you can't get a call from the Lions tomorrow or the Packers tomorrow, and sometimes players take it well, some players don't, and there's some players that I've already connected with that are rookies that are undrafted free agents that probably won't make the team. And again, that's hard. That's hard for me because, again, I'm spending 3 months with this guy knowing, he's not going to beat out, some of our top veterans, but it's my job to make sure that they stay encouraged to know that this isn't the end of the line and it's a long season, so you may not get picked up in September, October, but just know when November and February, or when November and December come around, when injuries start happening, you can get the call at any time.
Thank you for sharing that. And I know there's a comment about my line. I did not get the Jalen Rose $100 cut, but it was raining. I had to make sure that Beijing did not get touched. All right, so
we saw that.
You see Dave's looking to be crazy in the store. I was like, no, sir. All right. So your seasons are long and have lots of travel. How do you innovate the development of your athletes during that time? We'll go Dr. Lacey, Kiara, Jess, and we'll finish with Alexander.
I'm always and have always been about trying to figure out non-conventional ways to do programming. So if we can avoid getting in a room with any kind of PowerPoint or presentation, like I'm just not really here for that. We will do things at dinner. I'm big on food and I love to swipe somebody else's credit card. So when they tell me that, oh, we only have 2 rooms and one of them is $6,500 and the other one is $35, I'm like, I don't care. Pick one. Give me one. It doesn't matter because the team is not going to tell me no, which one we sit in, and we're going to order all the food and we might not even hit the limit and it's completely fine. But I think that I also try to like utilize places on the road. And then we find opportunities to curate different experiences that provide like learning along the way. So I'm really big on that. We've been able to expand this program that the NBA requires us to do called Business of Basketball. And instead of doing it in like a one-stop shop, we did it during some like workout time that we have in LA during the off season. And we have like 2 weeks that our guys are there, they come on their own. It's not mandatory. And so for them to actually show up, one, that I think is attributes to, and really speaks to like our culture that we have within the organization, but two, that LA is a great market. So I can bring in different people to be guests at lunch. Like we can bring somebody to speak at practice. We can get them on the bus and take them, down the road to do an activity together and just try to find different ways that are a little bit outside the box, but that still for me is getting the messaging across that I need. So ultimately it's really just about finding ways to be extra and ordinary, because you have to cover the basics, right? We got to make sure that we're doing what we need to do. But we also want to be very innovative and just continue to push the envelope with how we can curate those different experiences and ultimately just continue to contribute to what we call the Raptor way.
Thank you. Jessica?
Yeah, so for us, similar approach, like try not to be just cookie cutter in front of the room. So for the rookies especially, we do a lot of our heavy lifting with the rookies right now during that time that Alexander referenced. So for the next 5 or 6 weeks, we have our rookies for about 4 days a week. So we mix up, what's happening with them in terms of, okay, this week was what up though, because it was their first week. So it's a lot about Detroit, right? It's a lot about going around. We went to dinner. And then we started to get kind of transition into like what it means to be a pro. So having a thematic weeks so we can kind of build through the curriculum, but taking them outside their comfort zone. So next week we'll take them to the Fox Theater, which is historic theater. We'll do an improv session on the stage, right? And I don't tell them nothing, right? I just say, get on the bus. And then we show up and it's just getting them out their comfort zone, having fun, making them get vulnerable with each other, building that community. And then when we get into the season now, I'm leaning on meal times. I think that's, for me, being a female in football, that dining area, being able just to talk with them and be able to eavesdrop, even just having my office being off the locker room, I hear so much stuff that they don't think I hear. So then when I see them out on the field, I can be like, yeah, I heard that. Or I can be like, here's the solution to the problem I heard you have. So I think just being able to be like ear hustle really all day. And then also just having conversations. I think for me, it's with such a large team, I don't want to just have people get lost in the mess, right? Or in the masses. It's like, no, I want to take an individualistic approach and then also be able to say, like, okay, I see some things here in terms of like, okay, everybody wants to learn about real estate. So let's talk about real estate, right? Everybody wants to get into business investing or in development. Let's have a session on that. But I try to just kind of have my ear to the streets and see what people say they're interested in, and then hold them to it. And then we do an onboarding survey as well. So in that survey, we ask them what they want to learn about. And that's across different departments inside our organization, but then also externally as well. And then again, I hold them to the fire. Like, okay, you said this in June. When I hit you in November, it was crickets, right? Or when I position you to go do this NFL or NFLPA event in the spring or off season, you're not really listening. So it's like, I hold you to it. Because again, it's like, I tell them all the time, it's your experience, it's your journey. I'm not going to press you. I'm here. If you walk by my office or not and not use me, I'm still getting a check. But my job is to actually help you develop. So let me help you help me help you. So I think, again, ear hustling is how I kind of get some things. I try to think outside the box as a creative, again, having different interests of my own, trying to expose them to that as well. And then I also try to, again, at lunch periods as well, trying to see who hangs with who, right? Like, I think that's also very informative for me as well. Like, what rookies are hanging with each other, who's the vet that's mentoring who, just kind of seeing how they naturally align. And then now I go, right, like if it's a rookie or it's a player that I don't necessarily have a strong relationship with, I'm going to go back end, right? Like I'm gonna figure out like, okay, this, and I'm gonna start like, you know, dropping some nuggets with the person that I know they have close rapport to. Cause I'm also really good on, I don't have to be everybody's person, everybody not my person. So I'm gonna find out who your person is, and I'm gonna support you through them. And whether you know it's coming from me or not, I don't care. But I'm going to try to develop you in any capacity that I can. So holistic approach, but ear hustling, having an office off the locker room helps. And I like to eat. So even if I don't want to see what's on the menu, I'm going to walk through, check the buffet, and I'm going to sit down. I'm going to ask them how it is. Like whatever it is, it's going to be a conversation starter. But I don't press people. I build relationships organically. And I show up consistently.
Appreciate you. Hey, that eating, I'll be in there. Give me 4 and 5. All right, Kiara, can you take it away? 4 and 5.
I would also say food's a big part of it, right? We have to have food at our programs, especially because a lot of our programs are whenever we can find time, right? So that might be an after practice program, but I'm doing so in such a way where, what do y'all want to eat? Like, what's going to capture your attention? What's going to fill your stomach? What's going to make sure that you walk away from this program feeling like you were impacted? We actually did our first program of my first program at the Dream with Earn Your Leisure. So that's another huge moment. I actually negotiated that opportunity for our team after hearing that they wanted to hear from them, and then tailoring that conversation to topics that they really wanted to hear about, which were real estate and general financial education, specifically related to investing. So I think with that, that's how I get coach buy-in, which means when I have to come in and we have to talk about topics that aren't the most interesting, they're like, well, we love that program, so we'll give you a pass for this program. And I think that that's huge as well. But I think as in regards to the limited amount of time that I have with them, I'm plugging things in as I'm able. I think some of the things that were already said, you know, during travel times, how can I get you to an interactive experience outside of our city? Or when we are here in Atlanta, how can we either bring people to you that you specifically asked for, or take you out of your comfort zone, take you out of the practice facility, out of our locker room, and make sure that you're engaging with them, with those speakers or those experiences that are impactful. And everything isn't just like inherently educational. You may have an educational moment based on the experience, right? It might not be a lecture or comments about a topic that seems like you would have learned this in school. Sometimes we're bringing in a speaker to talk about fashion, for example, and you're learning through a fashion experience. I don't think everything, as we said, has to be lecture style. I think if anything, that's a big turnoff for our team. So being creative in how you can create an experience and, you know, interact with whatever activity or topic we're discussing.
All right, Alexander, take it away.
Yeah, I think one of the best things about working in pro sports is the other professional league connections you have within your state. But I agree with what the lady said. I feel like new environments always offer new opportunities. So every time we travel to a new city, I'm always looking up things that our players may be interested in based on what I know about them. And part of that is really knowing your players and knowing what they're interested in, what their interests are within the locker room. So I think, for example, we spent a week out in California last year. We played the 49ers and the Chargers back to back. So we was out in LA for a week. So I'm like, all right, bet. I got all the time. I got about a week. I don't got to pay for nothing. We went to Google headquarters. We went to the Chase Center. We went to NFL HQ over in LA. Got my rookies to watch NFL Total Access in the morning, like all that. And it's just using the connections that was already there. Like I called out my counterpart that works for the NFLA office. I was like, yo, I got like 5 or 6 rookies that want to come check it out. They was like, yeah, just make sure you come between this time and this time, you know, and we'll set it up. And it was great because, again, I didn't have to pay a dime, but I also knew that a lot of our players were interested in broadcasting. They were interested in camera work. They were interested in just the business of what the NFL is. And knowing that we were going to be out in LA, it's a perfect spot to utilize just the connections, the necessary connections that were already there. Also connected a few of our players with real estate agents that were in the LA area. Y'all, I was chilling out in Bel Air, California for like a whole day, just chilling, going through mansions and whatnot. It's not like I was interested in it, but at the same time, I knew my players were. And I feel like you're in a great position when your players learn just when you learn just as much from your players as their players learn from you. I didn't know much about real estate going in, but a lot of my players are like real estate gurus that are always looking at different ways to connect with different real estate agents, looking at different properties and things like that. So I'm learning as they're walking through these different properties. I'm like, oh, that's actually a good note to look at when I get back to Miami and start thinking about buying my own property. So I think really it just goes down to, one, utilizing the connections both within your city, but also, outside of your city as well. And then, even for our rookies this year, I'm taking them to an Inter Miami Football Club match. Ain't none of them ever, one, played soccer before, two, been to a soccer match, but they're like 20 minutes up the road. And so part of what we're going to do there, we'll get to watch the soccer match, but then like right afterwards, they're going to do drills against the soccer team. That's going to be hilarious to me because I know can't one of them kick a soccer ball. They can catch a football, but probably can't kick a soccer ball. But it's something that they haven't seen before. It's something they're not used to. It gets them out of the building. Like, Dr. Lacey said, it's my twin. It's not a PowerPoint presentation, but it gets them out of the building, gets them learning something different. And for me, it's an opportunity to show them things outside of football. We're going to spend 12 to 16 hours a day within that building. It's all going to be football. So any chance I get them out of the building and get them to experience something different or something other than, X's and O's, I love doing that because it gets them an opportunity to learn something different, put themselves in a different space, but then also have some fun with it too.
Awesome. Appreciate it. All right. Once again, you all send your questions to Lauren King. If you have questions, send them in the chat. All right. So we'll end this panel here with 4 questions, a personal question to each one of you all. And then you all, I'm going to save that one. I'm going to go personal question and then I'm going to go to you all. All right. So Alex, we'll stay with you and we'll, 2 minutes or so. You dealt with a coaching change early. You got there, coach. It happened. Y'all talked about roster cuts. Coaching changes happen also. How did you navigate it, and how did you help the athletes navigate a coaching change? Because y'all talked about it. If I'm good with this staff, but this new staff might come. It might be, hey, son, kick rocks. So how did you help navigate it yourself and your athletes?
Yeah, so coaching changes are hard because it's usually never just one coach. Like you see a head coach go, offensive coordinator is probably on his way next, defensive coordinator is probably on his way next, and then usually the assistants are going with it. So sometimes it's an entire coaching staff, and as players, you just naturally grow close to either your head coach or your position coach. But it's kind of two-phased to where at the end of the day, as we all love football and we all love who we work with, the NFL is a business, so just like how coaches grow with players before preseason cuts are made, players grow close to the coaches before coaching changes are made. So it's an unfortunate two-way street. But I feel like for me, like my job is to make sure our players know that as long as they continue to own their craft, the intelligence of the game, as well as their athleticism, what they learn from that coach or those coaches will always remain with them, even if they're with another team. So as much as you love that coach, he's not leaving the league. He's probably going to another team, but it's the fact that it's the connection you made with them and what you learned from that coach is what's going to keep with you, is what's going to stay with you. And that's what's also going to get you through the league. So it's hard, it's hard every, 1 to 2 days, maybe like you might feel it, but then after a while, like guys realize, yeah, it's the business. So just like coaches are on a carousel, players are on a carousel also. But as long as you continue to hone your craft, the intelligence of the game, as well as the athleticism that got you to the league, they'll make it through.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you. PR. So you mentioned it. You're the only one team facing in WBA, big league, leaving around 25 years, 26, 27 years now. You're the first one to do it. And you talked about, not having the
I'm back. Now this time I want you to do something for me. I've shared this with you. I want you to pause and share this with someone who needs to hear this player development message. Share it now. Now get back to the first conference. And I hope to see you in person at the 2025 Player Development Summit here in Kansas City, May 29th.
You don't have anybody you can call. Like how that framework you're creating, how do you think that framework that you're creating with the Dream will then go on to help, as Jonathan Jones said, pioneer this position in the league?
Sure. So I think one thing I would like to say, just to clarify, because I do think it's important, is there are player development liaisons at each team, but the player development liaison might be a GM. It might be the person in their community space. Like, these individuals have other jobs. My sole job is to focus on the player and coach experience at our organization. So I think that creates a unique set of challenges for me, as I said before. But I think I would absolutely want people to look at what we're doing in Atlanta and use that as inspiration for what they can do in their own cities. But I use the term inspiration intentionally, because what works for LA doesn't work for Atlanta. What works for Atlanta doesn't work for Seattle. What works for Seattle, like, the program that we've created is called Dreams Beyond Basketball. That's a program that we're piloting. That is our player education, player programs program. But every year there will be a specific emphasis. This year, our emphasis is like how we put more money in your pocket, essentially, and what that looks like, how you manage it, what opportunities you can use to manage or monetize your brand, etc. That's something that I'm creating from my own understanding of what our players have asked for, the resources and network that I have, et cetera. Next year might be mental health. The year after that might be, but I think I would want them to look at what we're doing and say, how can we adapt these experiences to our team? How can we create opportunities for our rookies, specifically in rookie transition? How can we create opportunities for our retired players? Like, because it's just me, all those things that I just mentioned, I'm doing as one solo individual, which is great. Hopefully one day I can bring in an intern or an assistant to help, and to push the narrative and to be able to have more hands on deck. But I want other teams to say, what does our team need? And let's focus on that, especially because W team budgets aren't as expensive as some of the teams across other leagues. We will get there, but we're not there currently. And I think you've got to use the resources, as we've all mentioned, in your backyard as well as in your network to be impactful. So that's what I would say. And if anybody wanted to call me and say, how are you doing this in Atlanta, I'd be like, I'm just playing. I would tell them, and I would walk them through it.
No, appreciate that. Dr. Lacey, so international, let's go. How do you navigate being in another country in your role? And what systems have you created for your players who are also, like yourself, moving to Canada, the different things that may have to go down, moving to another country?
Well, I think it's important to note that I don't even know how many years the Raptors have been in existence, but there has only been one Toronto-born Canadian ever drafted, and that was the year that I came in. So 2 years ago, he's with us now, Delano Banton. Every other person who's ever come in, it's not that they haven't been Canadian, but they're not, native to Ontario. We currently have 2 Canadians on our team. We started this season with 3. And even then, they're worlds apart in how they grew up, where they grew up, what that looks like. We know there's been definitely more Canadians going into the league. But I think it's also important to note that, like, my team in general, we have one of the most diverse teams. We represent, I want to say, 9 different nationalities. And it's really important for us to be able to integrate everybody into Canada because we have a unique market. Like, we're not in a city market. We got the whole country behind us. And so when a player gets an endorsement deal, yeah, it may not be on in the States, but it's on all over Canada, which then means that if you want to do a camp in Edmonton and Nova Scotia and Vancouver, you have the opportunity to do that because your face is all over the place. And it starts with the onboarding. It starts with our welcome to Toronto. So kind of like what Jess mentioned with the What Up Though, we have welcome to Toronto here. And that's, the tours that we do, the gifting that is very specific to Canada. I even try to implement that when I have guests at my house. We do a little welcome basket, and I try to find snacks and things that you just don't find in the States, because I want you to feel like this is home. Like, this is very much so a different country, but in the same right, there's a lot of similarities that we do experience here. I also want to note that we partner with different like organizations and things that are in Canada to be able to do different events all over Canada. So not just here in Toronto. And it's really important for us to not only expose them to the different Canadian facets, but to make sure that they never forget where they come from and that they can also give back, and they know that we're going to support them in whatever form or fashion. So when I first started, it was really important for me to figure out, okay, who at the league office? There's our counterpart here, Ade's on the call. He's going to be on, I think, later. And he was like a huge resource for me, just trying to figure out what did the league offer, because I know that they have opportunities to get in contact with the players, but we know players don't always answer phones, emails, and all that other stuff. And so like, how can I continue to be an additional voice for them? But also I want to work smarter, not harder. I'm not trying to do stuff that they're doing. Like, let's make it innovative here. And it's the same with the PA office. But anything that we can do to support their AAU teams, their foundations, their e-commerce, their camps, whether they're stateside, they're in Canada, they're over in Nigeria, which we had a player who's done some different things. And then my president is the founder of Giants of Africa. So we have several Africans on our team who've gone through, they were either part of Giants or part of Basketball Without Borders. Basketball Africa is a new league that's up and coming, but they're also able to like support that. So for us, it's like, how can we be visible to you? How can we provide those resources? How can we connect you? And if you have a camp or you have something in any of these places, we will be there to support you. The 25th anniversary of Giants of Africa is in Rwanda this year. I guarantee you're going to see a lot of the Raptors staff that'll be there to support. I have players who've done camps in Edmonton, Nova Scotia, will be right there on side of it. But it doesn't even have to be anything big. It could be something as simple as, I got a player who's working out. We have 5 of them working out in different places in Miami. We had a couple coaches went down. So we were planning, well, maybe in 2 weeks, I was like, okay, well, I'll just tag along with you and I'll go too. Thank goodness they're going to be up here in Toronto, so I don't have to make that trip. I mean, I would be nice to go down to Miami, but at the same time, I spend all season traveling. So it's kind of nice to not have to do that. And I can just wait and see them when they come back here, or we go to Vegas for Summer League.
Awesome. Thank you. And then Jessica, we'll end with you. How do you create programming initiatives inside league mandated programming? I think some listening may not understand that there is league mandated programming in the NFL. Well, how do you create effective programming initiatives inside that and even outside of that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So again, I don't stay within the lane or like the lines, and I don't just stay in the box, because again, the league has their initiatives and their priorities. So that to me is just the beginning. That's the starting. So if I just did league mandated programming, I could probably get through that in 2 weeks of rookie programming and then just do whatever needs to be done in season. But again, that goes back to relationship building. That goes back to me understanding the landscape, understanding their interests, understanding just what the importance of exposure could do for them. So to the point that I referenced earlier, taking them to do improv. I was a theater minor in college. I was a musical theater person in high school. So again, I'm like, ooh, improv, right? Like, I'm like, okay, this is gonna be fun, right? Like, I understand the value that it has. I understand how much improv is a part of just everyday life, but we get so scared about thinking about doing improv on a stage, right? But you're not scared to play at Lambeau in January, right? So like, let's just put them in different scenarios. So again, just trying to just get them outside of their comfort zone. Sometimes even just programming is outside of their comfort zones, because I think that's another challenge or difference from college. At least in college, you're usually getting all high school students that are coming into college as freshmen. In the NFL, you're getting people that are coming from varying colleges with varying levels and familiarity with player development. And not because they did not have player development, but maybe player development was a person that wants to be a coach that was in the player development role, and or they weren't doing programming. We said it at the NCAA earlier this year that for me, a lot of people in college athletics, their role is to make sure they don't die, they don't kill anybody, and that they go to class. So there's a lot of opportunity for development to happen outside of those things. But if you themselves, as the practitioner or the vessel, aren't developed, you really can't develop anybody else. So again, as I continue to learn and grow as a professional and as a person, as I continue to do life and figure out what I don't know, or what could be useful for me, I try to incorporate that back into the program. Last year, rookies on the survey we did, they said that they wanted to learn how to cook, right? So, okay, you said you want to learn how to cook. One of the sessions during the season was the cooking competition. Our nutritionist brought in a chef from New York, incorporated some of his plant-based products. And again, it was a competitive opportunity for them to learn a skill, learn a trade, and also have fun. So again, listening to the population that I serve, and then thinking outside the box, and then also realizing that I'm not an expert in most things. So if you want to learn how to do this thing, I'm gonna find the person in the building or outside the building to connect you to, and then it's on you. Like, I'll coach you up for how you could have the conversation and how you could expand your own understanding, but it's on you. I'm in my career. I say that to them all the time. I'm in my career. Like, I'm gonna be here when you're gone, probably, hopefully. And, and when your kid maybe comes to the league, I might be still here. You never know. But this is like, you're still trying to figure this out. You're in your first career trying to figure out what to do next. So like, let me help you figure that out. So again, a lot of just listening, a lot of ear hustling, a lot of just like throwing stuff at the wall and seeing how it sticks. Like with this rookie class, I have even more ideas, because just even NIL alone has prepared this class in ways that the 2 prior classes I've had haven't been as prepared. So just being able to see like, okay, I don't need to get in front of the room and tell them to sit up straight and pay attention. Like, they already got that skill. So now we could actually focus on some developmental opportunities.
Awesome. Thank y'all so much. And before we get to the questions, you all should be sending questions to Lauren. Lauren, I know that your inbox is probably loaded with questions. If you all give a quick 30-second encouragement to people who want to get into role. I know, you all have had those opportunities. I know, just from being on social media, Alexander, Dr. Lacey, I know y'all talked to at the NCAA. I don't know what programming, but if you all give a 30-second quick encouragement to those who are looking to get into a role. Sorry, I got my teacher mode. Jess, we'll go right back to you.
I always tell people to do the work. I never had destination goals. I had opportunities in ways I wanted to serve. So everybody wants to now pick my brain. Now that I've been on Hard Knocks, now that I'm in the NFL, I wonder where they were when I was in the basement at Temple University. That's great, right? But like, do the work. Do the work. It's not about me. I'm the vessel. I get to serve every single day at the highest level. And yes, it's awesome to be on private planes and to be at Lambeau in January, but it's not awesome when you have a player death at 1 o'clock in the morning, right? So understanding that this work is holistic. You are doing life with people. You are trying to figure out the best ways to serve them as you're trying to grow yourself. So I would say do the work, ask questions, be respectful of the professionals that you're seeking help from. It's not my job to get you a job. Nobody gave me anything. So do the work, ask intentional questions, and be willing to listen and to learn, and to get it wrong and figure it out. None of us got to where we are right now because we just had the magic, drop. Like, none of us we're not Nepo babies, right? Like, we earned this, we got it out the mud. So just be willing to do the work, be willing to fail, be willing to mess up, be willing to sacrifice so much of your own things, your own personal goals for the greater good. Because there's some days I don't want to walk into the building. There's some days I don't want to see anybody with testosterone, but I don't get to pick that, right? I don't get to pick that. I work in football. So just understanding, like, it's on you to do the work and to earn the opportunity, and what's for you is for you. And you don't have to envy anybody else's journey. You're going to get where you need to go if you do the work and you have high character.
Awesome. Thank you. Kiara?
I would just say, don't let anybody speak doubt into your plans. So especially when I was in the academic space, the student athlete development space, I had a lot of people in the field specifically say, oh, you'll never get there. Oh, there aren't enough positions for you. Like, it's not going to happen. Like, maybe you should just stay where you're at. You know what I mean? And then I don't serve that God. I don't like, fear is not something that, I allow to affect me. My job was given to me by God, not to make this a religious conversation, but I prayed for this. I specifically asked for this city and for this title, and I got it. So I say that to say, like, continue to push forward in your journey, and to know that what's for you will always be for you, no matter who doesn't believe it, who doesn't understand it, who's not in support of it. But specifically for the role in and of itself, like, you are truly a supporter in all facets. take care of yourself as you are taking care of other people. I support our players, our coaches, our staff, but at the end of the day, I need to make sure when I go home that I'm supporting myself, that I'm taking care of myself. So those are more qualitative, like, results of being in this role, but make sure you take care of yourself. Take that PTO when you have the time to, like, make sure, again, that you are pouring back into yourself and your glass is as full as it possibly can be before you start pouring into other people.
Awesome. Burr, burr, the bass organ right there. Hey, look out now, Sunday. All right, no, Dr. Lacey.
Don't let anybody place their limitations or their assumptions on you. And I even say that to you all because I feel like there's probably people on here that said, oh, you're in your dream job. No, I'm not in my dream job. I don't have a dream job, never had one, never gonna have one. It doesn't exist. This is a place, as Kiara mentioned, like, God intentionally put me here. I've never worked in basketball. I never wanted to work in the NBA, but yet I'm here in a whole nother country doing the work. So they've already said it, do the work. Also, don't chase the glamour. Don't chase the league. Don't chase the team. Chase the opportunities to be impactful and influential in the lives of others. And for all my women on this call tonight, take up space and own that fucking space. I said it. I mean it. I was flipping through it and I said, I'm gonna leave it on this page right here because I want to see the women. No shade to the men on here, but when you've been a woman and you've been the only one in the room for so long, and you see all of these women who are coming up here, look, my line is always open. But if you're calling to pick my brain, please check my LinkedIn first and don't ask me questions that you can find there.
Alex, see, that's it right there. Hey,
that was it right there. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Like, you know how many
Alexander,
questions, like, it's the amount of questions I think we get as professionals on a daily basis that are literally answered within the bio on LinkedIn. Like that one will get me every time. I'll say research the profession, not the position. And the reason I say that is because I feel like I say this all the time. Like, I'll talk NFL specifically. There are 32 NFL teams. That means outside of me and Jessica, there are 30 other positions that exist like ours, and they're all taken, right? So if you're looking at just player engagement in the NFL, the spaces are taken, right? But you got to look across the NFL, NBA, MLB, Major League Soccer, United Tennis Association, all the Olympic and Paralympic committees. Look across the entire profession. A lot of the work that we do is similar. It's transferable across every sport, every team, whatever. I always say, like, if I could go back, I'd be in Major League Soccer right now. Why? Because they travel every week to a different country, different continent, whatever. One of my closest friends out here in Miami, he does player services for Inter Miami football. Their team bike bonding trip was 2 weeks in Barcelona before the season. And that wasn't even for a game. That was just 2 weeks in Barcelona for team bonding. Like, but that's soccer. You know what I'm saying? So I think people naturally draft towards, the NBA and the NFL, WNBA because of the bright lights and everything. But there are so many other opportunities available across so many other but just sporting organizations that a lot of those opportunities are missed out because people start pigeonholing themselves into just what happens on the bright lights. Like, again, I kid y'all not, I'd be at Inter Miami right now doing player services in Barcelona, chilling on the beach somewhere if I could. But again, I just encourage y'all, just look past the position itself, look at the profession, try to find ways, like I think Dr. Lacey said, one, to take up space, but two, add value somewhere. Like, I feel like oftentimes we look too much at, all right, what can I do in the job description? Like, the job description can be learned. What are the intangibles you're bringing? Like, I think a big part of what all four of us do is relationship building. Can you build relationships? Can you maintain relationships? And can you sustain those relationships? I wouldn't be able to continue to do my job day in and day out at the highest level if I didn't know my players in the locker room, right? Like, I know, like, I got to be very strategic when I'm in the locker room. I can't always go in when I need something because then they'll think every time I go in, I need something, right? I can't just not go in there because then the players wouldn't know me, right? And I say all that to say, just one, be intentional in your search, but also at the same time, just continue to research the profession and find ways to add value to whatever space it is, whether if it's in the NBA, MLB, WNBA, NFL, track and field, tennis, whatever.
find what fits you. It may not be your first choice, but it gets your foot in the door.
I appreciate it. So Lauren has one question. We have time for one question. You all, this panel has been incredible. They've answered a lot of questions during this panel. So, I mean, if you got more, but this one I saw, which is really, really good. Lauren, if you could ask this, I think this is really tied into what they all said, and then we'll transition.
Yeah, so the one question we picked out is from Laura Barnes. How common is it to have spouse/family programming and hiring someone to support that group specifically?
It's a really good question. If you all take about 30 seconds to answer that.
That's very common. So depending on the club, something to Alexander's point, every club is different. Think of the NFL as every team is its own Fortune 500 company. So what is happening in Miami may not be happening in Detroit. So depending on the club, player relations, even legends and family significant others could fall under player engagement. That also could fall under community relations. So at our club, that falls under community relations. I don't have to have that as a responsibility. And I like that because it's a separation of church and state. I'm allowed to build relationships with the wives and significant others authentically and not be seen as like the mole, right? So just understand that it depends. That's where a lot of jobs are coming up oftentimes is in CR and with the legends community. So again, just because you want to be around a player, it doesn't have to be an active roster player for it to be impactful and for it to still be player development.
Yeah, and to touch on that real quick. So part of my role is to deal with the families, wives, significant others. It can be difficult. I think oftentimes what people don't realize is when a player goes from one team to the next, it happens like literally overnight. Last year we had a player that was on the Denver Broncos on Tuesday, woke up Wednesday morning, and he was in Miami, Florida for practice. And we never just bring the player. It's always their family too. So it's literally a transition of, all right, well, what does your wife or what does the significant other do? What are their business interests? All right, how old are the kids? Are they in middle school, high school? Are they in college? You're looking at public school, private school, Montessori school. Do you need to be near a Publix? Do you need to be near a Home Depot? A whole bunch of things go into when you're moving a family from across the country, because, Green Bay, Wisconsin is severely different than Miami, Florida. Different access to things. It's just two different cities. And so you got to be, in my role specifically, like you just got to be knowledgeable of what a player is bringing with them. And part of my role to help them become the best that they can be is how can I help the transition for not just a player, but their family be as easy as possible. So that's a lot of the research I do beforehand. So by the time the player and their family gets here, I have a lot of the information done for them. So then they're just looking at options and they're not having to waste time, trying to figure out what's in the area, where's the nearest grocery store, where's the nearest Home Depot, this and that. I have all that based on different neighborhoods.
Yeah, we have someone very specific to that here in our organization, simply because we have to deal with the immigration, visas, all the things that exist when you move to a different country. And she's awesome, but we work very, very closely together. The role that I play when dealing with families is I run All-Star for our team. So you basically cater to those families. You deal with all the friends, the homies, the girlfriends, the other girlfriends, all of the things, that show up in the different places and spaces. I mean, that's just, kind of what it is. And then I purposely always go by the family room during the games because to see the kids just for familiarity. And then at the end of the game, I post up in like the post family room. So that like you just get to know them. I bring my kids in there so they get to know my family. It makes it much easier for like conversations and touch points when we need them. We all follow each other on social media and whatnot. And so it's just an easy way to be able to connect. But I don't want any parts of trying to do immigration and visas because I have my own and that was enough in itself.
Awesome. Thank you all so much.
One more, sorry, Kiara.
I would just say we don't have formal family programming right now because a large emphasis for us is formal program for our players and making sure that we have the resources to cover that. However, when it comes to family engagement, some of our players' moms have my number. So that's just, hey, Kiara, I need X, Y, and Z. Hey, can I get a ticket to X, Y, and Z? Like it's a lot of just the organic relationship building piece. But I do think there's value specifically as teams continue to build in this space as individual teams, as well as at the league level for us to do more family engagement opportunities or educational sessions, especially for those rookies that are transitioning into this space. So maybe you'll see family programming at the Dream in addition to all the other things I'm trying to do.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. This panel has been amazing. Ed, did you want me to ask any more questions or?
We're gonna transition, but this panel has been incredible. You all, I don't know how y'all did it. Y'all were elite in giving gems and also elite in the chat. So if you had any question, I'll reach out to them in the chat. They are elite. Thank y'all so much for providing that inside look to professional athlete development. I think it's growing and it's awesome because I'm like, man, when every single one of y'all got y'all position, I was like, what? So like, I'm just so excited to have y'all here and for y'all to share. Thank y'all again. Y'all, we 2 panels in, and my goodness, like it's so hard for me not to take notes. Somebody's notebook is probably bleeding right now because of all the gems, LCJ gems and other gems that were given. Another thing before we transfer real quick, every panelist on here is the entrepreneur, so check them out. Their information is there. Like they said, it's somewhere you can find it before you ask them. So that's your research, dude. Research there. Please support them. All right, next, we are going to bring on. Once again, this conference cannot happen without sponsors. So we're going to bring on Mrs. Terilyn Nunn, who is our platinum sponsor. She's our platinum sponsor. So excited. She called and she really backed what we're doing. And I'm so excited. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm great. Well, please tell people about yourself. Another non-shameless podcast plug, 2 episodes, go check it out. But if you can tell us about what you do and how you help athletes.
Absolutely. So thanks so much for everyone for attending tonight. Thanks, Ed, for putting this on. This has been absolutely phenomenal so far. My name is Terilyn Nunn, your Sparkly Realtor and Houston Lifesaver. And I am honored to be your Player Development Conference Platinum sponsor for this weekend. And I want to share my screen just to have this up. So it's not letting me share it.
Sorry, was I muted? Sorry. Taking care of that right now.
Okay.
All right, you should be good.
All right, so let's go here. All right, so I work with a plethora of athletes, some in the college realm and then also some in the professional realm, in the real estate area. Relationships are very important. And I think that's been the key component that everyone tonight so far has mentioned. Being there, showing up, being true to yourself, but being the person that they trust. For me, being relatable is very critical, and it has also yielded great success in the space. I'm passionate about educating the players, coaches, and families on creating wealth off of the field because, as we know, the league is about a 3.5-year stint for most players. And so what are we doing to prepare while we have the income generating to prepare for the day that we are not in the league anymore? So being that resource for them while they're in college, transitioning to when they're in the league, also helping coaches and their families understand the significance of investing in real estate. So Mike Hall earlier mentioned be the person that the player comes to. And I shared this on the podcast that, the players that I work with, I'll get text messages of my light is not coming on. What do I do? So it's a lot of life skills and understanding players where they are and being flexible to show up in the space that they need. Following them through their career from college to the pros, and now we're having to backtrack into high school, establishing that trust and even assisting players with their desires to get into real estate on every level. Most players are interested in real estate. So what does that look like? There's a plethora of opportunity, but being that person that enjoys educating them on all of the options that are available and how do we get to that phase. Since we did the podcast this week, I've had 4 universities reach out and we've had calls. I meet one in person next week, which I'm excited about, to have some conversation about creating programming for each individual school. We can also do this at the professional level as well. And the beauty of it is it's customizable. So knowing what each club or school needs, we customize the presentation and or the experience for what is needed in that particular space. So I know we're a little bit behind. I'm not going to take too much time, but I just want to go through a couple of slides, just a few of the athletes that I work with and have been working with for a very long time. I have my godson here, Logan Diggs, that just transferred from Notre Dame to LSU, working with him. Also Terrace Marshall with the Carolina Panthers. And if you see in these photos, it's not just myself and the player, parents are always involved as well. So gaining the trust and being approachable with family is very important as well. Then we have Miles Sanders that went from the Eagles, who's also now with the Panthers, and Houston Texans, Nico Collins. And then we have Marcus Allen that was Penn State and the Steelers. So I do work with different players, different teams, different areas on different levels. And so the needs are able to be customized. So we will drop my information in the chat if you have some questions or want to get on a call and discuss setting up something for your organization. I'm here to help.
Awesome.
Now you've gotten a ton of value from what you've gotten from this conference. I already talked to you about the summit, which will be in person. I want to talk to you about something that will provide immediate value to you right now as you wait until the in-person event. And that is the player development course. Yes, I have a player development course that helps you create a plan. It guides you from step 1 to from A to Z. Yes, I have a course that guides you from A to Z. It guides you all the way through so that you can create the player development plan and impact that you want to create. This is an investment into you. The conference is going to help you in person if you come. I hope you come. Will help you, overall in your career with networking, growing, partnering, different things like that. But once you're in a role, you need something for you when you're there. And so this course, this self-paced course, is for you. Now, don't just take my word from it. I'm going to read a testimonial from someone who took the course. The freedom to navigate this course on my own allowed me to go back and reassess a bunch of ideas I had. It helped me narrow down my previous framework, and now I can begin to build on programming. Every video was enlightening, engaging, and opened a new window of thinking for me. Going through the worksheets helped me follow along with my ideas as well as the examples. That's someone who took the course. Now you can have that same exact experience for yourself. So that link's in the show notes. The course is $97 and this course will help you. This course has helped, this $97 investment that people have made has helped them get into the role. Hello, CJ Scribb at Coastal Carolina. Hello, Rashawn Bell with the San Francisco 49ers. So there are people who have purchased this course, this $97 investment, and it has helped them get roles in player development. So I want you to check it out. I want you to invest in yourself. I want you to get a plan ready for the impact that you can make in the role. All right, now back to the conference.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Terrell Nunn. Thank you so much also for being a platinum sponsor. All right, so we're gonna go right into our NIL panel. So I'll introduce them. Thank you all so much. It's been a lot great. This is our last panel tonight. Before we bring on our NIL panelists, I want to thank them so much. It is Eastern time where they're at, so they're not the midnight oil, but definitely the 9 o'clock oil. So we can get those panelists on. Thank you so much. This panel is going to have Darian Harris from Michigan State, Logan Hiddle from Ohio State, Roman Open from the NFL, and Ade from the NBA. Ade Majekodunmi. Yes, I'm from Houston, man. I got a lot of experience from Houston, so yes. All right, so we'll go right quick into panels, walk right into them. If you all can give me your hometown, current role and responsibilities, and then your favorite dinner item and your greatest accomplishment. Darren, we'll start with you.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, Ed, and it's just a pleasure being on with everybody this evening and continuing into tomorrow. It's truly a blessing and an honor, and really appreciate you all putting this together. Hometown from DMV originally, born in DC, raised in Silver Spring, Maryland. Current role, I serve as the Director of Player Relations and Program Advancement with Michigan State Football. Oversee all of our off-field programming for our current student athletes, alumni engagement, alumni relations for former student athletes for football, as well as serve on our NIL committee for our athletic department. Favorite dinner item? I'm a sides guy, so whatever the side is for the evening, that's usually my favorite. I always think Thanksgiving, I don't really go for the turkey or the ham. I'm going for the mac and cheese or the candied yams. And greatest accomplishment, just being a dad. I mean, nothing beats that. So that's definitely my greatest accomplishment.
Awesome, thank you. Logan, we'll head to you.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. I really appreciate you having me on. It's a blessing to be here, and I would be, ashamed of myself if I didn't give a shout out to one of my greatest mentors, LCJ, that rocked it on the panel before. I wouldn't be in the seat I'm in today without people like her that continue to give back, and people like yourself. So I'm Logan Hiddle. I'm from Zanesville, Ohio, originally. I'm currently, newly the assistant athletic director for NIL here at Ohio State. So very grateful to be in this seat. Serving all 36 of our sports and over 1,000 student athletes that we get to serve daily. So big task, big role, obviously early in my career, but we'll talk a little bit about, how I got there, but really blessed and grateful to be here. Favorite dinner item, a Chipotle guy through and through. So I could eat it 4 or 5 times a week and never get old, change it up from a burrito to a bowl. It's a variety. I'm a variety guy, so I love it. Greatest accomplishment, probably 2. I think going from a janitor to a walk-on football player at one of the most storied programs in Ohio State. Being Ohio State is, one of my greatest accomplishments ever. Learning to add value day in and day out, going from the walk-on lifestyle, and then, being one of the newly, probably the youngest assistant AD ever at Ohio State. So 2 accomplishments I'm very proud of, and take a lot of pride in doing both of those things. So appreciate you having me.
Awesome, thank you. Ade?
And I knew you were going to call me as I took that sip. Evening, everybody. Ade Majekodunmi. Originally from Lagos, Nigeria. Born there, moved to the States when I was 6. So it'll be 3 decades next month or 2 months that I've been here. But grew up in Brooklyn, so claim Brooklyn as home. Flatbush guy, so that's all I know. Jay-Z is the man, and so who I aspire to be. I'm currently a director in player development at the NBA, just ensuring that our players are as successful off the court as they are on it. Favorite dinner item? Nobody said this, and it kind of surprised me, but I love bread, right? Like I could eat bread, like I need bread on the table. It's the pre-meal, it's the end of meal, it's the snack in between. Like just give me a good basket of bread, preferably warm and baked. And so that's it for me. And then greatest accomplishment. One, professionally, I think cultivating a strong relationship with our union. particularly our counterparts in player development on the player program side, just having a good rapport with those individuals really speaks to the work that we're doing, and being able to set aside, I like to say the MBA stands for nothing but attorneys. So being able to set aside the legalese behind some of the things and really get work done on behalf of our players is super dope. And then secondly, personally, is also the New York dream is buying a home in New Jersey. So my wife and I got married last year, and then got married, had the ceremony in the house that we had just bought the year prior. So it was a surreal feeling to know that, like, you know, I own this house, the bank owns it, making these mortgage payments consistently. But it's pretty dope to say, you know, I've accomplished that. So definitely being a homeowner is surreal.
Awesome. Thank you, Ade. Roman.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Roman Oben. I'm currently Vice President of Football Development for the National Football League. So I lead a really strong team that handles everything from the youth messaging on, you know, safety and how the game is advancing through flag, all the way to college outreach. And I've spent a lot of time the last 2 years was really developing our like HBCU combine. I'm on the board for National Scouting Combine that all football players want to eventually end up at. In addition to just all the developmental initiatives that we have as it's football related to the NFL. So there's where the business meets the game, honestly. So I'm in the football business strategy group in football operations at the NFL. Greatest accomplishment. Anyone with a family would want to say their children. I have two sons that are student athletes. One's a defensive end at Duke. He'll be a fifth-year senior starter for 3 years, who graduate this summer. And then my younger son is a freshman at Purdue. And favorite food. Oh, I was born in Cameroon, West Africa. Came to the States when I was 5. Grew up in DC. So Darian Harris and I went to rival high schools. I'm probably about a 15 or so year age difference. He's went to DeMath and I went to Gonzaga. So anyone from the DMV knows about those two schools. They beat us most of the time. I actually never beat DeMath in high school. So favorite food, I mean, being West African, I love anything spicy. I love any cuisine, whether it's Indian, Creole, Spanish food. You know, I live in Jersey, so I love that you have access to different types of cultures. But yeah, did I miss any questions?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. But I'm happy to be on this panel and just shed some wisdom and insight to the group.
Say, hey, Roman, I'm gonna come back to you, but Ade, you brought up jollof rice, man. Look, man, that is my go-to, man. When I was a high school coach, man, this player was like, "Coach, my mom wants to do something. You keep dropping me off after games." I said, "Jollof rice." She cooked me a huge pan. We were good. All right, Roman, back to you. Back to you. What were you doing before you began in your role? Or I know your role is you've been in that role and you've promoted, progressed. What were you doing before you got in the business strategy role with the NFL?
So I played 12 years in the league as an offensive lineman. And then side note, offensive linemen are usually the smartest guys in the locker room. I just want to clarify that. But I played 12 years. During my time, I basically, during my career, I had every internship imaginable, from Congressman, Capitol Hill, Pepsi bottling group, pizza franchises, and I just try to use and maximize all my time as a student athlete off the field, and that carried to the NFL. So when football was over for me, like 08, 09, I took a job with CBS. I sold advertising, corporate. I worked on help build some startups to help get student athletes into the job force. So just every student athlete has the same resume, right? Student captain, 4-year athletic scholarship recipient, and they don't know how to translate that. So I was giving student athletes speeches. I was an adjunct professor at Fairleigh Dickinson. They had a little run this year in the NCAA where I got my master's degree in public admin. And then I joined about 5 years after football. I ended up at the NFL in 2015 as director of player health and safety, and then continue to evolve from there. So I'm on a few boards as well, because I think sometimes the more you double down in the sports business, especially on the football side, you develop a narrower scope of the work. So, join boards, whether it's community board or corporate board if you can, and so you just get a broader understanding of where the sports business is going, not just football or team or clubs or leagues per se. So I try to just have as much range as I can, because again, in our business, it's football and then there's the business. There's two sides, but on the team side, it's like the business supports the game. So try understanding how they both work together, so that the athlete can be better, the business can be better, and go from there.
Awesome. Ade, what were you doing before your role?
Yeah, I was prior to this, I went to undergrad, pretty good school, and I thought I was going to become a doctor. Just loved helping people. It's been a passion of mine. Thought I was going to work with kids. And so during the time at undergrad, Obama was coming into office, and I got super passionate about being called to action, being called to service. So I took a route. A mentor of mine had done a program called City Year, and I thought it was a dope opportunity and something he recommended me for. And so got immediately thrust into a leadership role. City Year is a nonprofit that works in schools, in inner city neighborhoods, and tries to help both in the classroom and in the community. So had the fortunate opportunity to move to Chicago. And so just that Obama draw of like, oh man, I can, follow in his footsteps essentially. And so, I always believe the institution is never going anywhere. And so what opportunities are. And so took the opportunity to move to Chicago for a year. Loved it, loved the work, loved the people, loved the students, but missed New York, just what I knew. And then somebody recommended me for a position at City Hall under Mayor Mike Bloomberg. Couldn't say no, because again, I don't know why I thought maybe daring in politics was a calling, but just, again, opportunities and I couldn't say no to. So I did that for a little bit, but then I told myself, okay, got to settle down. I went to undergrad to become a doctor. Let me take my MCATs, let me settle in, do that. Knew I needed an income to support transitioning to a student. So I decided to work part-time at a charter school in Harlem. And that turned into a full-time role just because of the opportunities with the community, with the parents, with the students. But again, I couldn't say no to. Finally, I told myself, all right, that's it. Got to stop, got to settle down. Took my MCATs, or studied for the MCATs, took my MCATs, did well, and then started applying to schools. Unfortunately, hit a barrier with not being able to, as I was applying, I was like, man, I've been out of school for a while. I need to get some research experience and get that exposure back. Hit that barrier of not being able to find opportunities in labs, in hospitals, and research positions just because they were going to current students. So everywhere I went, I was being waitlisted and thought, okay, what's for me will be for me, but I just got to wait my time. As that was happening, we had a new commissioner at the NBA. Mark Tatum and I went to the same alma mater, and it just clicked. Like, I'd never thought about sports as a career, but it clicked. I was like, what do the people who aren't athletes do outside of the court? So I looked on our website, literally perused the site, maybe it was like 100 pages, and I found this position in player development. And I was like, a lot of what we do, and sure Roman can attest to it, there's a research-based component to aggregating data, finding out what works. And then, this is a player development conference, so you all know how that works. And so took that opportunity, applied for the job, and thought to myself, you know what, I'll do it for 2 years, and no med school can tell me no, right? Because I'm coming from the MBA, I'm transitioning into it. I thought I'd do it for 2. I hit 9 this past week, which is surreal to say out loud, but just fell into the role and loved it, and loved the work, and loved helping people. And again, I'm a fan of the game first. And so just being able to help our athletes who helped me in my adolescence and just journey, and the game is on. I know my folks on the West Coast, on the East Coast, it's 9 p.m. Celtics, Miami are playing. We have the WNBA playing. So I'm a fan and just engulfed in it, and really enthralled by the work. So landed here. My mom's still the Nigerian. For those that know the joke, you have the option of being a doctor, lawyer, or an engineer. My mom was like, player development? I was like, look, it's cool, trust me. But if the inkling calls, my joke is the med school dream is on life support right now, but it's still there.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I heard that from all my friends growing up. It's like they used to be like, I can't let my parents know I'm on the football team. I was like, why? And they would break it down to me. Logan, what was your role before the current role you're in?
Yeah, so I had a unique background. I kind of talked about it. Was a walk-on football student athlete at Ohio State. That's kind of where I found player development and serving student athletes in a major capacity. So was lucky to have a mentor and a resource like Ryan Stamper, which was at Ohio State, and obviously now is with the Jaguars. So really fell in love with his role. As a walk-on at a place like Ohio State, I took in a lot of information and was around a lot of guys that had skill sets, elite athletes, but had elite skill sets that maybe they didn't know how to tap into. So that was an eye opener for me really early on as an 18, 19, 20-year-old kid to realize, I really wanted to help them uncover what that was. So after I graduated, I went to UT Knoxville to be a graduate assistant in academics. That was a quick stint. Don't know if we have any academics folks on here, but knew that wasn't going to be for me. But when you're early in your career, you got to do, what you got to do anything to get your foot in the door. So that was kind of my mindset. And then got the blessing to, get a call a year in to come back to Ohio State and serve as the associate director of student athlete development. So, kind of in my eyes, player development for the athletic department. So I served in that role and then transitioned into director of name, image, and likeness in March of 22. And then just transitioned into this assistant AD for name, image, and likeness role. So, for me, it's always been about finding ways to serve student athletes and help them discover what they're passionate about. But at the end of the day, like, the last panel talked about, there really is no dream job or dream scenario. It's really just doing what you're called to do. So been grateful to do that, really early on in my career in different phases. But yeah, currently assistant AD coming from a director of NIL role. So.
Awesome. Thank you. And Darren, it's your turn. Besides being the mayor of East Lansing, what did you do before you got this role?
No, actually really similar to Logan. When I was playing Michigan State, I just saw an opportunity that was, or I felt like was missing. I guess a lack of an opportunity where a lot of my teammates weren't tapping into the opportunities and resources that I felt like a school like Michigan State provided. I was the only one in my class that did an internship going into our senior year, and we had some very capable folks in my class that are all doing really well now, but it didn't quite make the sense to me. So I realized there was nobody to facilitate these opportunities. So I started to kind of create this position in my head while I was still playing, and then obviously like most all collegiate athletes had aspirations to go pro. And while I was playing professionally, that off-season time you have, especially in football, from January to May, you're not really doing much anything besides training. So there's a lot of time that you can fill. So that age-old phrase of the worst thing anybody can tell you is no. I asked our academic folks, again, similar to Logan, if I could be a GA in academics during an off-season. I was like, hey, I'm still playing ball, but I would love to start to learn this side of things. And it also allows me to get a master's degree. And they obliged as the master's program. So I did that for 2 years, finally retired from football and then completed my master's in GA-ship. And again, like I think Brother Martin said on the last panel, there's not always spots open, especially where you necessarily want to be. So we technically had a director of player development within football. And so there wasn't anything open. So I went the corporate America route. Did marketing for Big B Coffee, if anybody's familiar with that coffee brand, for a year, and then I got an opportunity with Quicken Loans, which is now Rocket Mortgage in downtown Detroit. And a month into that, Coach D'Antonio, my former head coach, retired. Coach Tucker took the job. He needed somebody to do off the field programming, and he hired me as director of player engagement. And then last year, got promoted to director of player relations and program advancement.
Awesome. Thank you. He's also the mayor, second in command to the mayor in East Lansing. All right, Darren, we'll stay with you. Let's talk NIL. What does NIL look like for you in your current role? We'll go Darian, Roman, Logan, and Ade.
Yeah, so in my current role, it's a lot of specifics to football, but also a lot more of generalities with the athletic department. So, working specifically with the football team, a lot of what entails in terms of, group license agreements, brand building, individual deals, working with agents, work with marketing reps, a lot of them on the individual basis of whatever a player needs, a student athlete needs from the NIL standpoint. I'm there for them. And then I'm also on our NIL committee. So we have, I believe, 10 members within our athletic department that serve on our NIL committee. And through that, we created our entire athletic department program called the Evergreen Program. And that's how we facilitate all of our education, as well as our 2 tentpole events that we now have, an NIL celebration, where we actually, hand out awards to individual student athletes and teams based on NIL accomplishments. And also we modeled a NIL summit off of the National NIL Summit that takes place in Atlanta. That's actually coming up and next weekend, or first weekend of June. So in a couple weekends, we modeled our own summit after that here on campus, where we invite businesses to Michigan State to learn about NIL. So it's ever evolving, ever changing, like everybody knows. And we're trying to, I'm sure like everybody else is, keep up with the times and, keep student athletes happy, keep your roster in order. I mean, there's obviously a lot of different things going on, not just within like football and men's basketball, but a lot of different sports where there's a lot of NIL implications that may change your roster year over year, may change your roster day by day. And you're best to try to keep up and adapt with the times and try to fight it, else you're probably gonna get left behind.
Awesome. Roman, at the NFL, what does NIL look like in your role?
Well, we've spent, I lead all of our college outreach strategy, and obviously I've mentioned Darian is on our college athlete, our college administrator committee, and so are you. And so I think we spent about a year trying to scrub what does NIL mean for the NFL, and I say that to say, what type of rookies are we going to be getting? So are these guys all going to have $1 million in the bank? Are we going to have to pay people to come to the combine? Are we going to have to pay them to show up and stuff? Are you now going to be dealing with the player, the business manager, and all these other people when he still has to make a roster? And the one thing that we found out is that, one, as soon as your college eligibility is up and you've declared or you've exhausted your eligibility and your NIL no longer matters to the NFL. Now you're a prospect. The bad news is that there could be guys that have let's say Caleb Williams, for example. He'll probably be able to absorb financially whatever tax issue he has from his NIL deals in college. The Caleb Williams type person that has a large NIL deal, but then becomes a 7th round pick or a free agent, now he's got a tax problem. So what type of player is getting into the locker room? It's hard enough to learn an NFL playbook. It's hard enough to move and adjust to the size, speed, all those things. But now you're dealing with the tax issues or is there, those third parties out there that are giving guys deals to sign their marketing rights away. And now you have to pay out of it almost becomes like a bad record deal. So there's some things like that we have to monitor. And so when we ask questions, we allowed the permissibility of scouts, general managers to ask, do you have an NIL deal during the interview, during the combine? What is the amount of that deal? And so just so they can know what they're dealing with. So again, the tax implications and all those things. And we all know that the average deal is $1,000, $5,000. Everyone's not getting, LSU basketball player. Everyone's not getting what Caleb Williams or what CJ Stroud got at Ohio State. I mean, that's few and far between. But again, things that we just had to monitor so that we could prepare our 32 clubs about what type of, not kids, but what type of prospects are you getting once they actually sign an NFL contract.
Thank you. Logan, now you said 36 sports, 1,000 student athletes. How does NIL look like for your role covering that expanse of deals?
Yeah, it's a lot, right? So I think that's when we have conversations, it's always about the scale at Ohio State is just a little bit larger on like a sheer student athlete volume perspective. So from our standpoint, we're always going to hone in on education. Education is going to be the forefront of what we do, and consulting with, we use Advanced NIL as a Luke Fedlin, which I know a majority of you will know on this call, is a great resource in the space. So education is going to be key for us across all 36 sports and empowerment, right? Like I think that being at a place like Ohio State, it's easy for your rowing team or your lacrosse team to look at the CJ Stroud or somebody else that's making millions or whatever it may be, that's out there in the media. But, you know, making sure that our student athletes are empowered to engage, to help them understand that they have a platform, they have a local community that will support them, and helping them understand how to build that. So, you know, it's really from top down, our leadership's done a great job at wrapping our arms around it. From my seat, you know, it's internal education for internal and external stakeholders. You know, as everyone on this panel can probably speak to, you know, really it's educating the external stakeholders on how they can engage and making sure they understand it, and really, you know, collapsing all of those negative narratives that are out there to make sure that we provide a great environment, and for us in Columbus, for our student athletes to succeed and maximize their NIL. So, you know, there's a lot of programs that are doing a great job. I don't think we celebrate other programs enough in this space. So, you know, Darien and Michigan State, their program is phenomenal in what they're doing. It's competitive, right? Like we're all competing for recruits and whatnot, but I don't know that there's enough celebration. So I want to take the time to make sure that that's recognized. But you know, for us, like I said, it's going to be that education, internal and external, providing the platform, right? Ohio State has one of the largest brands in the country. So making sure student athletes have segues and opportunities to leverage that. But once again, it's going to continue to be and always will be, you know, monitoring that education. And kind of like Roman was talking about, when they go to the next level, what does that look like, you know, for our student athletes that maybe have the opportunity to do that. But then again, we always have to keep in the back of our mind that we have sports that might not have the opportunity to do that. So like I said, it's a holistic approach here, and it's a lot, but you know, it's been fun, and I think we've done a great job so far.
Thank you. Ade, your role. What does it look like?
So for us, it's becoming just incredibly versed in the space, right? Like I think because it's new, and because we have a small population of guys that enter our league every year, it's only 60 players that get drafted. It's really about becoming versed and educated on it. Personally, it's twofold. One, in my role, I have an opportunity to speak to our highest caliber elite youth athletes through our partnership with USA Basketball. And so in that space, we're bringing and working collaboratively with the NCAA and their NIL team and department in terms of trying to help the players become better versed, educated, just on top of the implications and understanding that they're in control of whatever decision they're making. It's also educating their families on the space and the implications as well. And so it's really just, again, because it's new and perpetual, we are trying to gain as much information as possible and really understand what it is. Secondly, I was actually at Combine in Chicago up until yesterday. I don't know, it's jumping all over the place, but it was really sitting down with those guys who embarked on those things and truly understand their scope and landscape and like what it was, how it impacted them, how they dealt with it. To Roman's point, potentially assessing who is coming into our league and what they will be dealing with and how much they'll be dealing with and what expectations are, and kind of managing those ahead of time. But for us right now, it's becoming better partners, understanding the space, and being ready to serve our athletes as they enter the league.
Awesome. Thank you. Now we'll get to personal questions. Here we go. Darien, you have used many resources and relationships on your campus to help the team. I've seen you have different professors. Y'all had the GOATs out there. You told me about that. That's pretty cool. When this all began, were people open to helping, or how did the communication go where you're on campus saying, hey, this NIL thing is coming. We would love for this department of school or this department, this business, college segment. How are those conversations?
Yeah, I mean, conversations for us have been great and open. I think the first part was like Logan touched on, internal and external education. So people were like, yeah, we'd love to help, but what is this? Like, where can I, add value in a space that I don't even really understand? And I'm not sure you all even understand it either. So that was really the first piece of it, was to educate not just our student athletes or our staff or our department on what NIL is, but also individuals that we wanted to bring in to help. And then being able to use both internal and external resources in the education space. So internally, it's always great to tap into other parts of the university. You mentioned, having goats on the field and big, massive dogs to talk about personal branding and stuff like that. Well, we're an agriculture school, so we're able to tap into the agriculture college here. We've been able to tap into the entrepreneurship program we have here. We've been able to tap into our business school to actually create business teams within our student athlete body. But then the external resources are always incredibly important as well. You mentioned Advance with Luke Fedlam and Courtney Ultimus. They're amazing and incredible in what they do. We've been able to bring in brand experts from Quality Control Music and other big time brands out there to really teach on, like, yeah, we can help you build your brand and grow a following, but also there's a level of expectation and level of output that you have to do in your field, which is what you do on the field, to even have an opportunity to build a brand to the level that you want to build it to. So it's definitely been rooted in education. That's what I feel NIL is. It's synonymous to me with education. Again, not just from the standpoint of making money and all those types of things, but also from the standpoint of how you carry yourself, how you tap into the community, and how you use this to propel yourself to the next phase of your life. And there's a lot of internal and external partners that we've utilized to educate all of our student athletes. And again, it's not just a football thing. It's not just a basketball thing. It's all sports. And I think anybody that's kind of been following and studying NIL would say that women's student athletes are crushing it a whole lot more than men's student athletes. So they're actually really setting the standard and the precedent that our guys need to learn from, because they're doing it the right way.
Thank you. Logan, you've been in a role for a year now. How do you balance? You talked about, Advance NIL. How do you balance external and internal education as far as NIL?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. We're still trying to obviously balance that. As new student athletes come in every year, you have to restart the education process, right? You have freshmen coming in that maybe have agents or representation. So making sure they understand, like I said, we're always going to focus on that education part, but making sure they understand, if you have representation and an agent, what should they be doing for you, right? Like they're taking 20% of your deal. Why are they doing that? Are they doing those things? So focusing on making sure our student athletes understand the landscape, how they can compliantly engage, how they can maximize, like I talked about, and you've heard Darian talk about bringing in people to talk about your personal brand, showing personality, right, on your social media pages. Like people want to have that authentic brand alignment. So finding that balance. So internally, if our student athletes aren't set up and equipped with the tools to succeed, then the external piece doesn't really matter, in my opinion. While with that being said, the external part does matter a lot. So making sure that we take care of the internal, so then that way the external can kind of come about. But with external, Darian also hit it on the head again. People want to help, but they don't also always know how. And I think that, it's not a blanket. You can't do a blanket education session, we've learned. We invited hundreds of companies to Columbus to sit down and talk. But it has to be really an individualized approach. Some companies don't want external marketing and advertising, but they want to use student athletes to steward their clients, right? So that's a completely different scenario. So I think taking time, and it's been a lot of time, but sitting down with these companies individually and helping them understand, how they can actually maximize the return for them has been very beneficial. And just continuing, like I said, to provide examples. Proof of concept has been big. As we're almost 2 years in, them seeing what it can be has been very, very beneficial for us to kind of point to and say, hey, here's an example of what it can be. Let's build your approach or help you tailor your approach to something similar. So it's a lot to balance. But once again, if you don't have the student athletes, and we're lucky here at Ohio State that we recruit the highest character, most marketable student athletes to begin with, and then helping them build those tools to really maximize. And then the external part comes after.
Awesome.
The 2025 Player Development Summit will be in. Yes, you heard it correctly. The 2025 Player Development Summit will be here in Kansas City. We are so excited to take this to an in-person event. We've enjoyed 2 years of having a virtual event, and I'm so excited to have it in person for people to just be together for us to take this thing to the next level. So we have 4 goals for the 2025 Player Development Summit: for you to grow, for you to network, for you to partner, and for hiring opportunities to be there for those who are interested. If you want more information about the 2025 Player Development Summit, click the link in the show notes and join the mailing list. We can't wait to see y'all. I will continue to create more videos talking more about our time here in Kansas City, but be on the lookout. I'm so excited to announce it, and we will see y'all in May here in Kansas City. Let's go. And if you're excited about this, please hit the like, subscribe, and share. We'll see y'all here in 2025 for the Player Development Summit. And as I always say, go out and create generational impact. Don't wait, create that generational impact today. Yeah, we really in person, y'all. We really in person, y'all. We really in person, y'all. Player Development Summit. You see it. You see it. Yeah.
Roman, what are some of you all talk about, what are some of the type of internal discussions were held at the NIL when it first became a reality? You touched on a little bit, if you can go a little deeper on that.
Again, it's NIL, July or June of 2021. So it's not even 2 years old yet. So we just continue to monitor developments as it relates to college, how we can talk to college. I mean, we always want to make sure that the communications to college ADs, head coaches, that we care about the life of the athlete and not just the football part. Because we all know, everyone talks about 40-year decision and all that stuff. And when you go to a school, you want to feel good about that degree when you're 30, 40. When it relates to NIL, and I think one thing that we appreciate is athletes now have a better sense of their brand identity, brand alignment. When you look at what happened, over the last 3 years, 2020, people won't patronize businesses that don't have a diverse board, or people won't patronize businesses that don't represent what's important to you. And as someone who's old enough to say, I played in the era of shut up and dribble. I mean, I was a football player, so it was shut up and play football. So you couldn't care about anything except football. Like if you had a website, if you were doing too many community relations events, it was seen as someone who didn't who cared more about things outside the locker room on the street than inside. So, but today's athlete honestly has the strongest voice than any other time. They're encouraged to do things in the community. They're encouraged to have a position on things, and so it's the greatest time to be an athlete. But it's important that you understand that. So I was teammates with Michael Strahan, the Giants. We were teammates for 4 years. He wouldn't be where he is now. You talk about TV shows, books. He'll probably get a Hollywood star one day, unless he was a great football player. And so we just want to, I think and I'm sure you see this on college campuses like, Michigan State, Ohio State, and any major program on a basketball side too, that understanding your brand, understanding who you are, along with being a great player, doing well in the classroom, like it's full circle now. So it's not just about this transactional relationship now, that kids are walking into college campuses with a transactional relationship, saying, what can this school do for me versus, how can I use this as a tool to grow and be a better at 22 and 23 when I leave versus 18 when I got here. So we look at all those things, because at the end of the day, if you're not able to, whether you play 1 or 2 years practice squad or you have a 12-year career like I did, if you don't use those tools, and you learn those in college, you learn how to socially adjust in college. So I think the biggest fear, or the thing that we monitor, is that NILs become such a distraction. I'm telling athletes, don't sign some deal that's going to pay you $1,000. Now you got to post something 20 times. I mean, you're spending more time on that than your test coming up, your final, like all those things. So I think the person who can manage it all, socially adjust and all those things, ends up being a better pro, better off the field than someone that's saying, all right, I need an NIL deal. It's not working. They didn't promise me now I'm transferring. So scouts are starting to understand that you're going to have a lot of 2 and 3 school guys. Football usually was not. That was really the basketball thing. But so we're aware of the things that are happening. And then, you want to make sure you're evaluating people properly. But as it relates to NIL, we just fear the distraction of it all versus the part of it that'll help the athlete I mean, schools have gotten suspended and guys have gotten in trouble for stuff that isn't a big deal anymore. I remember Cam Newton, I'm not blowing him up or anything, but just, I think he got in trouble for stealing a laptop or something. Like, now you can get a laptop deal. You can get, I mean, if you're the Cam Newton type of person in 2023, like, those things aren't an issue anymore. And so, I mean, we're glad that the student athlete at least gets a little bit of help outside of just the scope of it's amateurism, you can't get paid. I mean, now those things they're a good thing for a student athlete, as long as you understand the why. And then you have a lot of great institutions. Obviously, you got 2 Big Ten institutions. I mean, I have a son at Purdue, so the Big Ten does a good job of just educating their athletes, and all conferences do a decent job. But again, long story short, I think we just try to monitor everything so we know what's coming up next.
Awesome, thank you. And then Ade, are you seeing rookie classes? I know this, once again, we haven't hit 2 years yet, but are you seeing rookies come in that are more engaged in contracts, marketing, off the field endeavors because of NIL?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, in Chicago, had a chance to kind of sit down with the marquee names and the guys that are expected to go. Obviously, our number 1 pick, projected number 1 pick wasn't there, but picks 2 through 10 were in the building, and so had a chance to like sit with them. Some guys at OTE, some guys who had played on Team Ignite before, and then even our rookies this past season. Guys are definitely more aware and more invested. Again, I'm stealing all of Roman. I'm glad he's going first because the gems are great, but players are just coming in more aware about their brands, about their social causes, about the things that are important to them, rather than relying on somebody else to make the decision for them. Our players are just, again, becoming more versed in who we like to use the term. Sorry, simple the button. Like to use the term that you are your own CEO of your empire. And so like treat it like a Fortune 500 company, and you make the decisions and you get to carry what is personal and dear to you. So we definitely have players coming in super incredibly aware, even if they don't know all the details, they know that they aren't going to commit themselves to things that they don't believe in or that might have repercussions on the back end. The other thing, shout out to our collegiate panels and panelists who do a great job of talking about the implications of signing certain things. Like it's been mentioned before, like it's not every player that's coming in and has the $100,000 bag. Like not every guy is like that. But even if you get paid a couple of $1,000s, like what are the tax implications that happen after that? Like and I mean, in the NBA, there's a jock tax, which essentially just means that NBA players get taxed in every city that they play a game in. And so similarly, if you are a student athlete, are there implications and ramifications when you transition to your rookie deal? Somebody had mentioned I think it was you, Ed, the deal at Baylor where it was like, once you get drafted, this deal re-ups, right? So like, I know I talked to a lot of guys who were like, yep, I saw that clause and was like, absolutely not. Like, you're trying to pull one over on me. I think when the documentary, Broke came out, the hyper awareness around ways to protect yourself really sparked the athlete in general and those of us that work in the space. And so trying to avoid that has just trickled down to our athletes where they are making their own decisions. And again, they may not be entirely skilled and experts in the field, but they know when something doesn't sound right. They know when something doesn't feel right. And we encourage them, like, if whomever is working with you can't explain it in a way that you understand it, like layman's terms, we never say dumb it down because that is an infraction on them. But if there's a way it can be explained and it's not getting through to you, then that person is doing a bad job. And that is a telltale sign of you shouldn't engage in that endeavor. But if you're comfortable in the terms and the parameters that are set, our guys are becoming highly skilled and equipped and trying to just understand what they're getting themselves into because they know it has long-term implications. We tell our guys basketball is what you do, it's not who you are. And so just making those decisions about what you stand for as a person before the athlete is super, super important too. So with that. I mean, guys are definitely just more engaged in their contracts, in their marketing, and not every guy, I think, for those of you who are basketball fans, like you remember the Read to Achieve social program that we used to do through NBA Cares. Like, we used to have the wrong athletes in those environments because some guys don't gravitate necessarily towards like public speaking and having a book there. Now you're challenging me to read in front of a group of kids and putting myself out there. So guys are more comfortable in their element and in their space and being like, look, I love the community and I want to help back, but I don't want to do certain things. Maybe I'm on the court with the student and helping them get better at their game. Or maybe I want to work in a food pantry and do those things. And so like the more NIL, the exposure happens, the more experience they get at the collegiate level is definitely trickling its way on up into the pros.
Awesome. You brought up something, Ade, that I'm gonna ask Darian and Logan, and then I'm gonna ask you and Roman. And Darian, I do understand. I served on the college football administration committee with you. But another question: How can professional leagues continue to work with you all in terms of NIL? Be it transition, be it understanding. What are some other ways you think that leagues, for Darian and then Logan, you all, just how leagues can work with collegiate administrators?
Yeah, I mean, I think, right now we have situations where student athletes are coming into money, obviously, that didn't have before, and not necessarily making the best financial choices with that money, no matter how much information or financial literacy you do with them. And we try to be as robust as possible with those programs, but sometimes you need real world examples. And so if folks from the professional level can come in and have those conversations with student athletes at the collegiate level that you would have at a rookie symposium or with a rookie class, you usually start those symposiums or start those educational sessions off with, hey, you're about to get a nice chunk of change that you never had before. Here's what you should do. Here's what you shouldn't do. Here's what you should be aware of. Here's what you shouldn't be aware of. That doesn't necessarily happen at the collegiate level to the degree that it should. And I think that we're going to run into a lot of situations like, at Michigan State, we had one today where a deal, an NIL deal that we thought was going to be in place for a long time, all of a sudden just dissipated, which means that now not just, with one team, but multiple teams are now out a certain amount of money per month that they were relying on or banking on or using for purchasing, having purchased a car or living in a nicer apartment than they would have without it. So, things like that are actually happening in real time to where, now all of a sudden somebody in my position is getting calls like, is this for real? And I'm like, yeah, this is for real. And they're like, well, what am I going to do? I have a car note, I have insurance, I have an apartment to pay for, stuff like that. And it's like, we never even thought that would be conversations you'd have at a collegiate level, but we're having those conversations and they're real. So I think bringing in that real world, experience, but those real world examples, like you mentioned, the 30 for 30 broke, like it's not necessarily to that level, but that's because we're trying to stop it before it gets to that level. But also like, hey, here is money that you're getting, but it's only a finite amount of time. And here's what could happen when the water gets cut off. When that valve gets cut off and it's no longer coming to you, this is a situation you could end up in. So, it's been similar with, we had guys that had deals last year that lost them because we didn't have a good season. And certain organizations and businesses pulled out of those deals because they were like, hey, you all are not bringing in the eyeballs that we wanted for this deal in its origin, when we originally did it. So I could definitely see that being similar on the professional level where, you see pro players that lose deals or companies back out or all of a sudden they're not signed to this entity. It's now happening at the collegiate level. So bringing in that experience and expertise and education of what do you do when that happens.
Thank you. Logan?
Yeah, I think going off of that, I don't think there's anything more valuable than real numbers. So, if you can bring in, I think sometimes we try to bring in rookies, that just went to the league and had success. We're fortunate to produce a lot of players that go to the league every year. So the more we can get them back and say, and they can tell the story, I think is helpful. We can stand up there and try to educate. But when their peers or somebody they just played with comes back and says, hey, this is what my contract looked like to you all and the optics externally, but when you break it down, this is what I got. I think that that's one way, and seeing the real numbers. Another thing I think that we're going to have to start doing is managing expectations, right? Like I think, the money that is coming in potentially now to some of these student athletes from entities, they're bigger than marketing deals than you're going to get at the next level. And sometimes I think the agents are like, we want to get as much money as we can now and do all these things, which is great. But I don't think these guys and girls realize that, at the next level, a marketing deal and, Chris Paul or whoever it is in the NBA is not making what you may be making right now. So I don't know that they've really grasped that, sometimes you're in the best phase of your life. Like you're going to go get that contract. But the marketing opportunities and what you're doing for an hour at a time, like at the next level, it's not going to be valued at what it's valued now. So I think that that's a piece of education that if we can bring in, administrators and professionals at the next level to really say, hey, this is what a marketing campaign looks like for a Super Bowl champ. Then that's a real eye opener that, maybe that levels expectations for what they're actually making at this point. So.
Thank you. And Roman, you spoke about it. You talked about the committee that you all have committed. It was incredible. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be on that. How do you all continue in other facets, building that communication, be it collegiate programs and not only your office, but teams? How are y'all going to continue to enhance that bridge that you all built?
Well, I think there's been a lot more discussions now between the sponsorship side and the branding side to the college side, because you have a lot of players that once they get to the NFL, you're talking about group licensing agreement, dealing with the Players Association, things that they're not aware of. So you can be, body armor all you want, and I don't have a position on body armor, but like now you're Gatorade, and there's no other option, like because they write a much bigger check than whatever your NIL deal was. And so one thing I'm seeing is like when who those top 20 guys are that first, second round, I mean, you're starting to see like our partners, Microsoft, Bose, your Verizon's, like forming earlier relationships with the college guys. So when they walk in, they have an understanding of like, okay, these are the NFL large brands. This is, you may, wherever team you end up with, if you had maybe that sort of a marketing deal, then that can continue. So those kind of things are helpful. I mean, I called the 6th and 7th round on stage myself at the draft, and we value that as equally as the first and second round. And so we just want to make sure that, one, the athlete leaves his academic institution feeling good, feeling like he wasn't used, feeling like he's ready for the next steps. A lot of player development, player engagement folks on the call. Again, we talk about the life of the athlete. But when you get to when you got $1 million check or whatever that is, and you got to deal with a playbook, a house, apartment, all that stuff, it has some complexity. So we always want to make sure that the adjustment. So Logan talked about rookies. We want second, third year guys mentoring rookies. We want rookies giving us feedback about college so we can educate colleges too. So there's that constant chain of communication going back and forth, so that everyone gets better. I mean, and you look at and I'll mention this, the player engagement roles, a lot of them want to work in the NFL. I mean, that's where all the new people are coming from. I got drafted, sorry, my age. I got drafted in 96, and that was the last year that they didn't have a rookie symposium. You fast forward 20 years later, now NFL teams are responsible for educating their rookies about, let's say if it's the Cowboys, what does it mean to be a Cowboy? Now you got the practice squad, you're not just the 6-7 guys that got drafted. So it's a better onboarding process to that community, because whether you have a player for a year or 3 years or 10 years, you don't want the player to leave, just like I said with college, feeling like, oh, they just used me, I got injured, they cut me. No, you want to say that my 2 years, 5 years, whatever, was a good start to the rest of my life. And so I think a lot of these companies and brands are more conscious of that now. And that weird dichotomy where the athlete feels used or feels like, oh, no one cares about me because I tore my ACL or whatever that is. It's a different, and it starts with the athlete having a voice and having an understanding of who he is or who she is from a brand standpoint. So A lot of discussions, a lot of learning from on both sides so that everyone can get better.
Awesome. And then Ade, same question for you. How do y'all help with college? But you mentioned something. You all have overtime and I think New Balance. Y'all have guys that may skip the college route. How do are y'all involved in educating them too? You said at the combine, how do y'all connect with not only colleges, but your overtime elites, your other, developmental leagues?
Yeah, it's a partnership. We are working collaboratively just to ensure that our players, and shout out to the W colleagues, Taj McMillan Franklin, who's my counterpart at the W side, but Kiara and folks who are opening up the space as well. Like all our leagues is something that we're just trying to establish where we no longer want the perception to be that players are assets or commodities. We are investing in the human being. And so we're working in these spaces that if you work with an athlete, if you work with somebody who's going to elevate to this level, let's work together to enhance the education around it so that they can maximize their potential both on and off the court. I like to say that if our players are well taken care of off the court, they're going to perform to their highest level on it, right? Like I don't have to worry about owing money here, or I don't have to worry about paying taxes, or I don't have to worry about somebody hollering at me or needing something, and I can focus on my craft and perfect my skill. It's just how we proceed. And so we spread ourselves pretty thin just because it's a small group of us at League Player Development, but we're trying to get into all these spaces and just put our message in front of everybody. And in particular, I mean, it's the agencies too, right? The agencies, both the big ones and the boutique ones who are working with players. Lacey said it in the chat, but it was going to be my closing statement too, but just managing everybody's expectations, right? Like preaching patience and then managing expectations. Everybody has a goal and wants to accomplish so much, but the reality is the spots are coveted, the money is tight, the impact of the economy is real, right? I think for a lot of guys, the foray into the crypto space or the foray into the NFT space had a lot of promise not too long ago, and it's taken a step back. I think it's on the rebound now, but that impacted the way the outlook for the landscape, that impacted the outlook of the landscape. And so just managing those expectations, working with those people who are there on a day-to-day basis with an athlete is super important. So the folks that are at New Balance or are at, I think we had a player at New Balance, we had players come in from OTE, but then when we do it in-house, so shout out to our team Ignite, our G League team that we kind of own, operate, and manage, we have made a super concerted effort to ensure that those guys are super vested and knowledgeable about what it means to be an athlete, both in the G League, but then potentially elevate to the NBA level. And if not the NBA level, then whatever professional pursuits they choose. Because again, spots are coveted. Roman mentioned the union. It's funny too. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but like D'Angelo Russell has this ongoing thing where he tries to put like a water bottle on stage because he has that deal. But it's like, nope, like that deal is not in this space. Like you can't do it at your press conference. Feel free to go to your Instagram and fulfill that. But on this national stage where we have national sponsors and brands that are looking in particular for these things, it's super important that you adhere to what the contract says, because again, there are implications for all of us. So just working collaboratively, working to be educated in the space, and then open to any and everybody that's looking to be educated, because it's so fluid. I think when we sit down with the NCAA, oftentimes it's the number of like, let's get back to you, just to ensure that we have the right answer, because like nobody really knows, and it differs across states, it differs across schools, differs across sports. It's all up there, but I think the story is still being told.
Awesome. And then we'll end it here before we go into our questions section. Make sure you send your questions to Lauren King. I'll just get both of them to you. What do you think, and if you could do it in 30 seconds, what do you think the future of NIL is? And then what is your one word to encourage people who are looking to get in these spaces? So Roman, we'll start with you. What do you think the future of NIL is going, and what is your one word to encourage these people who may want to, the attendees who may want to get into these spaces?
I think we look at the future of NIL. I think it's going to settle at some point because I think that there's starting to be some brands and companies that say, I'd rather pour 50,000 into 10 athletes or so than put a banner ad in the stadium. And so when you start to say our universities, they're taking our money too, I think there's starting to be some conflicts there, but I think the numbers are going to settle when you start to talk about the new NCAA, head of the NCAA and what's going on Capitol Hill. I think the deals are going to start to become more balanced, and instead of top-sided where the 10 people get the big deals and that's what you read about, but everyone else. So I think you'll start to see some balance, and then anyone that wants to get in this space, just get as educated as possible. A lot of people want to work with athletes, want to work around athletes, want to help athletes off the field. And I think we've been eating off this narrative. I mean, Ade talked about it, like 80% of athletes go broke, 80% of them don't go broke. I mean, that was a narrative, a false narrative that was never actually proven. So just if you have an opportunity to help assist off the field, just educate them, get to know them, get to know what they care about. Sometimes they don't know what their passions are. You don't really know what you're passionate about at 19, 20 years old, but the more you educate, the more you can educate them and the better you can serve. So, and just peer-to-peer connectivity is always great. I learn as much from Darren and guys on our committee as probably they do from us, because we have to listen and learn, because we don't have all the answers at the National Football League. And I'm sure NBA does the same thing.
Awesome. Logan, future NIL and your one word for those looking to get into space.
Yeah, well, I think if I could predict it, then I'd probably make a lot more money, because I don't think anybody can. I don't know. I think that, there's a landscape where potentially we see more institutional involvement. I think that there's a lot of state laws and stuff that are trending that way. Looking for federal legislation. Those are all things that are buzzwords right now, but I don't think anybody really knows. I think that we're going to continue to control what we can control. We have to in the space, and making sure our student athletes are set and have the resources to succeed in whatever the landscape looks like. So can't really answer that just because, like I said, it's so early on. My advice would be, being somebody young, and like I said, there's a lot of great faces on here that have done a lot of phenomenal things. But for me, my experience being a walk-on, and I know I talk about that and harp on that a lot, but I had to go into the building every day and find a way to add value. And that was one of the most beneficial things that ever happened in my life, because, I still walk into rooms every day where I'm the youngest person in the room. Right. And I think that sometimes that can be scary, but I'm in the room for a reason. And I think that sometimes you have to, you have to be humble in doing it, but you have to realize your skill set. And I think for me, it's just finding a way to add value every single day, whether that's, helping somebody else with their task or doing my task. But, if I can find a way to add value, then, they're going to try to keep me around, I would assume. So, just like I said, I would encourage everyone to go outside of your scope. It's a grind, right? Everyone on this call knows that and experiences that. But you got to be willing to do it. And I think that everybody's on this call late at night because they are. So appreciate you having me, Ed, and I hope it was super helpful.
Awesome. Ade, future NIL, one word to the attendees who are looking to get into the role.
Yeah, I had a bunch of answers to this, and so I'm trying to narrow it down. I think there's a space in future NIL for AI, whatever that means. Take that and run with it. Like, something will happen in the AI generated content space, and whomever is wise enough and smart enough to kind of figure out how to tap that or tap into that is definitely going to be successful. But also more practically, I think athletes and their empowerment roles are going to collectively start to pull their resources, as opposed to like looking to individual deals. It's going to be something where it's like, how can we all win, and let's elevate the student athlete and professional athlete profile as well. And for those looking to get in the space, it's definitely, identify. So, and I say just identify the gaps that exist and figure out how you can help to fill those voids. And if you can anticipate and be ahead of those curves and see something that's missing and create it, or suggest it and bring it to light, I think it's definitely needed. Nobody has, I think Logan said it, like, you don't have all the answers. We're all learning every day and trying to get better. And so we're constant, like, I got on maybe 3 hours ago because I wanted to learn from all the other panelists as well. And it's just really just understanding the scope and landscape of everything sports related and how it affects us at the highest leagues, but it's trickled down and cyclical. So those would be my words.
Thank you. And Darren, future NIL, and your one word to those looking to get into space.
Yeah, I see the future of NIL going into a space that includes more revenue sharing. I think that at some point, whether it's the student athletes or the entities or maybe even the television networks are going to find a way to incorporate a revenue share with the student athletes, specifically when it comes to highlights on social media that are usually tabbed with ads. And at some point, a student athlete's going to look at that and say, hold on a second, I just caught the game-winning touchdown or kicked the game-winning goal or hit the game-winning home run. And that highlight is going up on whatever network and there's an ad attached to it. And I'm not seeing any of that. So I see that as potentially happening, just going to take a collaborative effort. And there's just so many, of course, student athletes across the country and multiple levels of competition that it's going to take. It's going to take some collaboration for young folks to collaborate in that. But I'm hopeful that they get to that point because I think it's deserving. And one word to get into space, I would say my word would be multiple. Just be multiple, especially in the collegiate space. You are responsible for a lot of different things. And there's a lot of different parts of the program where you could put an everybody does in front of it, and it starts at the top, especially in the collegiate space with everybody recruits. And then it kind of goes down from there. Everybody's a coach, everybody's a nutritionist, everybody's a strength conditioning coach, everybody's a mentor, everybody's a disciplinarian. You have to be multiple. Everybody's in charge of housing. You're going to have a lot of responsibilities in this space, and the more you can do, the more multiple you are, and the more, like Logan said, you can add value. The more useful you'll be to a program, and the more opportunities you'll have.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And before we move to this question session, y'all, let's give it up to our panelists. It's 10:10 out on the East Coast. They're all East Coast. Thank you so much. We'll take a couple questions. This question segment is brought to you by Next Level Branding. Next Level Branding is a company dedicated to developing the brand of those who compete and work in sports by providing them with the education and resources to make them successful beyond sports. Their service include brand management, marketing, and public relations, and event planning and management. For more information, connect with them through their website, nextlevelbranding.com. That will be in the chat. So here we go, Lauren. Let's go with our first question.
All right, thank you so much. We are going to have Evan Blassingame on. Hopefully I am not butchering that. Sorry if I did. All right, Evan, take it away.
Hey, Lauren, you nailed it. Good job. Hey, Ed, I appreciate you putting this on, man. This has been a fun night. Hey, my question is specifically for Darian and Logan. In regards to the NIL at the university level, what are you guys doing to prepare your guys for the tax implications that may come? Do you guys just kind of do some general overview of those and then kind of say, hey, you need to go find somebody to help you with this? Does your university contract with somebody and you help them out with finding a firm? But what are you all doing at the university level in regards to the taxes?
Yeah, I'll jump in, Darian. I'll kick it off. We're kind of a little bit tied with what we can do for NCAA guidance, right? Like we can't provide financial services unless it's obviously available to all students on campus. So that kind of gives us a little bit of hamstrings us a little bit with what we can do. I know here at Ohio State, we provide and bring in tax education a lot. to make sure they understand the tax implications and try to make it as real world as we possibly can. I think that goes back to my earlier point too of, people with high tax implications are probably going to have representation. So making sure to educate them that they are working for you, right? Like those people that you have working for you should be helping you in that specific scenario. So like I said, we're kind of a little bit limited with what we can do. We do work with obviously our entrepreneurial school and all of those other areas to provide that education before it gets to that point. We did a pretty cool partnership with TurboTax this year, which is a finance or a tax service provider, and really got in front of the student athletes to show them the platform, how they can file their taxes, what they need. But once again, with what we can actually do and assist with from the athletic department side, per NCAA guidance, we're kind of limited. But that's kind of our stance at Ohio State and kind of how we're navigating things, if that helps.
Yeah, very similar. We cannot, contract anybody in the tax space, a CPA, in the financial space. Can't contract anybody for liability reasons, but we can provide as much education as possible. Specific with football, we had a tax and pizza party leading up to tax day where we brought in at Team Advance, our educational partners, to come in and really teach and harp on the importance, obviously, of filing taxes, and that you have to file taxes, like you legally have to do it, and try to pair it with pizza and make it as fun as possible. But obviously everyone on here, I'm sure, knows that there's really nothing fun about taxes. But through the education, you find out that you find out who did and didn't file. So then you can at least like go to them and be like, hey, bro, like you got to get this done. And then they usually come into a panic and they're like, I didn't save enough to pay it. And you find ways to work through that, but it's better to learn it now, while you're making a couple dollars than when it really is going to bite you. And of course you get the questions on, do I really have to, and all those types of things. But that's part of the education process. That's why, I feel like NIL synonymous with education, because it does allow us to get to these young men and women early on in their life and say, no, this is very important. Like there's no way to get around this. You actually have to do it.
Thank you. Lauren, next question.
All right. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, Evan, for the great question. Our next question and last comes from Dominic Ferrucci.
Yes, thank you all very much for your time and efforts in putting this on. I am currently a student and I work on a football equipment staff, but I want to get into student athlete development or some similar field. And you talked a lot about becoming more educated. So how can I, as a student, become more educated so that I can interact with the players and kind of know what's going on behind the scenes, so then after graduation have more of a concept of, the evolving world of NIL?
I'll jump in. Dominic, appreciate your question and for being here and being engaged. BC, got a lot of love for BC, as Jeff Hafley is one of the greatest human beings on the planet. He was at Ohio State, so got to show him some love. But, I think learning in this space is reading, right? And sometimes that's dangerous. I say that with caution, right? Like it's what's out there in the media is not always true in this space. So making sure that you are educated in what you're reading. But I think NIL is hard to learn about because for me, at least, it's lived experiences, right? It's lived experiences with student athletes. It's going through scenarios, not only once, but multiple times to understand everything is different, right? You could have the same deal brought to you by two different student athletes and it could be dealt with differently. So, I think lived experiences, the more you can be around it, the better. It's a relationship business, just like anything else in athletics. So developing those relationships. And NIL is such a delicate space right now. It's trust. It's being around people that trust you and trust to have you in conversations that are sensitive at times and with student athlete information and something that's super competitive. So from my standpoint, those are the things that I think, NIL right now, it's soft skills, I think, that make people valuable. So if you can hone in on those, then I think, really study the education piece, I think that you'll be able to provide a lot of value.
All right. Thank you all so much for the wonderful questions throughout this evening. And thank you again to our amazing panelists. Passing it off to Ed.
Thank y'all so much. I know it's 10:17 East Coast. Thank you so much. Thank you, Darian. Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Ade. Thank you, Logan. You all, we're about to transition into networking. Ali will talk to you about this transitional break, because if you're like me, your stomach is telling you if you don't eat something soon, I'm going to eat your spine. So Ali, take it away.
All right, appreciate it. All right, thank you guys as always. Yeah, we will be transitioning into a networking opportunity. We'll take a 10-minute break first. For the panelists, if you want a networking room, please reach out to Ed or Lauren, and they will get that set up for you guys. And then we'll have breakout rooms. So for those attending, feel free to go into what room you would like to go into, and yeah, take advantage of this opportunity. And again, we thank you all for being with us here throughout the entire night.
Thank you, Ali. Like he said, reach out to us. You can reach out to Ali or Lauren, because I'm going to run upstairs, get a quick snack. But what we'll do is we'll have our panelists in the rooms they'll have a number next to it. And when we come back from the break, you will put your number in the chat that you want to go to, and then we will direct you into that room. I believe that's correct. If that is not correct, Evan will update that when we get back. But we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to listen to the nice, sultry sounds of this playlist. Once again, before I go off, before panelists get off, panelists, thank you so much. Can we all give a hand for our panelists tonight? Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all for sacrificing your time, taking time. I know a lot of different things going on. So appreciative of the panelists. Thank you all so much. It is now break time.
All right, that's it. I hope you enjoyed it. All right, that's it. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had an incredible time watching the videos, all the videos, whatever you watch from the 2023 Player Development Conference. I hope you enjoyed it. Once again, if you got any gem, press the like button. Let me know in the comments what you learned. And this is the last time I'm going to say it. I look forward to seeing you at the 2025 Player Development Summit here in Kansas City, May 29th through the 31st. Enjoy the rest of the year. If you're watching this in 2024, enjoy the rest of the year. If you're watching this in 2025, Happy New Year. But either way, this is for you, my gift to you. I am so thankful for your support of this channel, of the resources I'm able to provide. I am very, very thankful for you. And so with that, take this, learn. I'll see you later. And as I always say, go out and create generational impact. Don't wait, create that generational impact today.